Hello. We got a lot of shit to talk about today. I got a whole fucking list of shit to talk about today because shit's going crazy. Trump's embarrassing us on the world stage in a bunch of different places. It looks like our economy's about to go in the trash. He just paused all aid to Ukraine. We got shit going on internally. So we're going to get to a bunch of shit tonight. Welcome. Say hi to people, Candy.
Hola, gente.
For those of you who don't speak Spanish, she just said hi,
Hello.
people.
Hello, people.
Let's shoot the shit for a little bit because, I was very emphatic in my introduction, but obviously there's nobody in here yet, so we're not talking to anybody.
Let me refresh this. I think you're still showing at. Okay, no, you're showing online. Okay.
How's my sound?
I'm not listening to the stream. I'm listening to the Discord.
Oh, let me give Firebomb from Destiny's chat followed.
Okay, I see it. I see it. I heard you sound fine. You sound good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Why is there an error sending my message? I don't understand.
Okay, so I'm my mind is always hypothesizing, I guess you would say. I'm always, bringing up hypotheticals.
Hypothesizing. Yes, we all do that. That's correct.
You not so much. You don't like hypothesize.
No, I hypothesize plenty. What I don't do is I don't assume. So I have always looking at different outcomes of things, right? But I don't pick necessarily hypothesis. What I do is I kind of look at all of the different outcomes and I say, okay, maybe this one is the most probable, maybe that one is the most probable, right? So like when we talk about different things, for example, you say like, oh, this is what's going to happen. And I'll say, well, we don't know that's going to happen. There's a chance that that's going to happen, but we don't know that that's going to happen. That's always been what I've said. And that's always what I say.
You don't, right, because you don't like doing that because of reasons. I know exactly why you don't like doing that, but
because I don't like different out. Candy is always here right at the beginning. She is my bottom bitch. She's always here.
I am, like, for real. I know why, but anyway. Yes, but my hypothesis is not based on 10 different possible outcomes based on 10 different. It's based on history, like a particular person. So let's say
that's a compliment. He says you sound like Fran Drescher.
Let's say you're dating a guy, right? And the guy cheats on you, right? Mm-hmm. And you're like, okay, maybe he had a moment of weakness, maybe he was drunk, maybe, we could put in different outcomes, like, well, what could have happened? Okay, so let's forgive him. People are human, we make mistakes, and then he cheats on you again, right? And you're like, okay, like, now it's starting to show a pattern, you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Okay, all right, let's give them the benefit of the doubt again, one more time. And let's see
it's not the benefit of the doubt. There's like, I know where you're going with this. I already know where you're going with this.
No. Don't cut me off. See, you're trying to get into my brain and trying to decipher what I'm trying to say.
I'm always going to get into your brain.
Let's say, anyway, and let's say you give him a chance again and he does it again. Okay. At this point, you start seeing, okay, it's a pattern. And when we talk about specific people like Trump, he does it again and again and again.
Okay.
So I see the pattern.
So here's my issue. So
now when you tell me he took away the aid to Ukraine, am I shocked? Absolutely
Nobody's shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm pissed. I'm upset.
I'm not surprised.
I thought there was a
it's
decent chance that he was going to
no,
be doing this.
no,
I thought there was a
no.
very
Well,
good
I'm sorry.
chance
I'm sorry.
that the deal would be off, right?
Do I do sound like hey, like Fran Drescher? I do. Well, I'm from New York, so we're both
Okay,
New Yorkers.
so let me
Fran-
say something here. Let me say something here. I thought there was a decent chance he could overreact and cut off aid to Ukraine. I thought there was a decent chance he would just call off the minerals deal and not do that. There was a whole litany of different possibilities that he could have
There
gone
was
down.
not a litany of possibilities. There was no. The whole mineral deal was extortion. That's all that was.
Oh, what does that have to do with what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying like it
Yeah.
wasn't like it was a deal. It was just extortion. He was extorting them for nothing
I
because he
mean,
wasn't guaranteeing them anything.
yes, like 90% of that is true. There is a school of thought, and you can take this for what it is. You can accept it or not. There is a school of thought about that our investment, because part of that deal would have included us investing in the infrastructure to extract those minerals. So that's part of why they were saying, okay, well, we'll take some of the profits, and also it would provide us an incentive to, come to Ukraine's
No,
defense.
there was no incentive. There's no incentive
How
there.
is that not an incentive to protect an investment? That's absolutely an incentive.
No, it's not because okay. The one thing they were saying is, well, he's not going to attack where Americans are mining. Yeah,
No,
but what
no, no,
about the
no, no, no,
rest
no,
of
no. No, you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. It gives us an incentive to protect our investment.
No. Okay, I
Yes,
see what
yes,
you're
yes.
saying. But what I'm saying is that the notion that's going around was, and even Trump kind of said this, that oh, he's not going to attack while we're there, basically mining. Yeah, but that's a specific area. The rest of the country could get fucking bombed.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe,
he's not.
maybe there's an argument there potentially. I mean, like I could see that argument being made as well. I'm not saying that is what was going to happen. I'm saying that was part of the discussion as to why there were people who were supporting the bill and there were different sort of points of view regarding it. It's just important to keep all of that shit in mind before we just blanket say it was a complete and utter
Nobody,
capitulation.
nobody could have. Nobody, no, I'm not saying that. That is the through the grapevine. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
But there should have never been. That's not a bill. That's not. You know what I mean? There was
Well,
no
no,
bill
it's
on the
not a
table.
bill. It was a deal.
When did
It's not
we
a bill.
extort our? This is when do we extort?
It would have had to become a
our
bill. So the
historically?
Congress would have eventually had to pass it in order for it to happen. When do we extort
I
our ally?
understand that.
I
What I'm
agree.
saying is,
I agree with you. I think I look at it and like it was an attempt to like find a way to force a deal, and that's sort of what was happening there. All I'm saying is
no
to
deal.
characterize it as fully pure extortion where there's no benefit potentially whatsoever
There wasn't
is
no
not
benefit.
entirely true. That's all I'm
it is
saying.
entirely true.
No.
It's entirely true.
No,
Look
because it can be 90% or 95% extortion, and that 5% benefit can still be there. That doesn't make it entirely extortion. All I'm saying is just keep a complete picture. That doesn't mean that I'm saying, oh, now it's not entirely extortion. You understand that, right?
I feel, please help me out here.
Okay.
Help me out here. Because he's commenting and like, it's crazy. But yeah, 95%. Maybe not extortion because there's that 5%.
I didn't say that! I just said that doesn't mean it's not extortion.
It's hysterical that you just said that.
What?
I think it's hysterical that you just said that. It's 95% extortion, but there's that 5% there. Maybe it's not.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if it's 95% extortion and 5% not extortion, what I'm saying is that's the calculation of the whole thing. Not there's a 5% chance that it's not extortion. What? You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying.
Mischaracterizing. That's exactly what you said.
No, that's not what I said at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the full calculation, if you talk about it, is you can still say it's basically extortion, but you should also acknowledge what the steelman of their argument is. That doesn't mean you're saying that now it's all good.
Really, I feel that's fucked up. You should not say that.
Why?
No, I feel. Look what he wrote.
I think Poland should annex Ukraine from the other side. Putin would love that. Putin would love that.
That's not nice.
Pero ¿me entiendes? You understand me now? I'm not saying that there's a 5% chance that it's not extortion. I'm saying like 95% of the deal is extortion, and there's like 5% that is not 5%. Extortion.
It's not helping them. The 5% is.
Did I say that it was going to help them? Like, first, it might help them a little bit, but did I say that was at all going to be some sort of like? Okay, so now this is great deal. That's not what I said at all.
I feel.
Why are you always yelling at your stream?
I know.
She's mischaracterizing my characterization of the minerals deal, because I said it's important to recognize there's also a school of thought that the United States getting into a minerals deal would provide us an incentive to protect our investment. That's all I said. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that it's not extortionary in nature. All I'm saying is that that's important to recognize.
No, he said, still, that the deal that he wanted to make could be 95% bad for the Ukraine, but that 5% could be good for them. I'm like,
no, that's literally never words that came out of my mouth, and you can go back and watch the VOD. That's not what I said.
5% that they will protect the investment, I think.
That's all I said. I said there is a school of thought that says that it gives us an incentive to protect the investment. That doesn't mean I think the deal is good. That doesn't mean I think that, everything's okay now. All I'm saying is that that's something to recognize when you're talking about the deal. That's it.
I like what you thought, because you said 95% could be bad and 5%.
I don't even know like what percentage or whatever. The point of that was to illustrate that you have to talk about the full calculation when you're talking about the deal, not just the part that supports your side of the argument. That's all I'm saying.
And what I'm saying is that based on the press conference, Trump has no intent to make a deal.
No, obviously at this point.
Hold on. He continues to make Putin the victim. Oh, we suffered together.
But now we're talking about something else. Now we're talking about something else. No. We are, because we were just talking about the calculations of the deal. Now you're talking about whether Trump had the intention of doing the deal. And based on the behavior, I'm inclined to probably agree with you. It seems like he had no intention of doing the deal. But that's not what we were talking about.
But
I feel so tired says
been put on the table to begin with. Since when does America extort our allies?
Since Trump.
For resources?
Well, no, I mean we do that a lot actually, historically. Yeah, well, we kind of do that a lot.
No, we don't. Go ahead.
Historically, the U.S. has done that quite a lot. Actually.
Yeah, we do that a lot. Not as much recently, but we do that a lot. Why offer stuff in exchange for the mineral rights when we can get them cheaper from Putin after he takes over? Exactly.
I'll put it this way: he doesn't even know how to pronounce rare earth. So.
Oh, raw
There's a
earth.
difference
Raw
between
earth.
striking a deal and saying, I don't believe that at all. Yeah, there is interest that the U.S. has had in the past, but this is like, give me your minerals for what we've given you, and I'll think about helping you. That has never happened.
I don't know if that's quite the way I would describe it, but I mean that's
exactly
certainly
how
a
it
way to
was.
look at it. The offer was meant to
There
insult him
was
and make him look
no
weak to his countrymen if he took it. Yes, that's certainly why he on site rejected the initial deal. They were apparently, we never really knew what the terms of the deal they were potentially going to agree to was. They were negotiating in private, and apparently they were very close to a deal. But I'm assuming the lack of clearly defined security guarantees was the sticking point, which, like, I completely understand.
right.
They
But
were probably
it's
arguing. They were probably arguing that us making an investment there would incentivize us to secure our investment, and he very rightly was probably saying, I need more than just trust me, bro.
yes, exactly.
Yes,
That's exactly right.
100%.
Because you can't trust Trump. Trump doesn't care.
You can't trust Trump, but more than that, he can't trust Putin, right? Because the
Right.
idea was, hey, we're going to use this deal to then leverage it into a larger ceasefire. Trump was trying to guarantee the ceasefire along with the deal, and he got his panties in a bunch when Zelensky obviously was like, I'm not going to do this deal if I don't have security guarantees if you're trying to leverage me into a ceasefire with this. Which is
The only one that's
obvious.
really been trying to um, strike a deal is Zelensky, because he even said, "I am willing to step down as president if we could get a guarantee into NATO. If y'all could guarantee me that,
I hate that.
He even said that.
I hate
Oh,
that, by the way. I hate that, by the way, because that's just
I
capitulating to
understand.
the whole characterization of him as
I,
a
un-
dictator, which is
I
wild.
understand that. I understand that, but he's doing it to
No,
protect his people. You understand what I mean? So he's willing to step down so that his people won't, no more of his people will die.
I know, and like I'll
He's being the
take it.
sacrificial person.
So first of all, he is already supposed to step down in the conclusion of this war. His term, the extension that the Ukrainian parliament has granted on not having elections are pretext on the war, right? So
Right, of
when
course.
the war is stepping down,
And I was going to follow up by saying
Hold on.
it's in
Hold on a second.
Ukrainian law that, just let me finish. I was going to follow up by saying that during a wartime, during martial law, it's in Ukrainian law for him to continue on without elections. However, that does end. I was going to say basically what you said. That does end, obviously, when martial law is over and the war is over.
Correct. Still,
Mhm.
you're coming in broken up, honey. That's what I wanted to say. I didn't hear what you said before what Jordan said because you were coming in cutting up.
Oh, I heard him pretty clear.
I didn't.
Oh. Yeah, he basically said what I said. He said that that he only can be they only don't have elections during the war. That's all that Ukrainian parliament voted for.
That's what I said.
Which
But
is
he's willing to
true.
step
But
down for guarantees into NATO. Like what I'm trying to say here is that he's trying to secure some kind of security for his people.
for his country, of course. Now, aside from that, if he were to decide to run again, it seems like he'd do very well because due to this whole Trump thing, his polling numbers in Ukraine are like massively up.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, right. But right, but then again, like my point is just that he's trying to secure
Yeah,
something.
he doesn't.
But
He's
the
not
ones that are
interested in.
not
Doesn't seem like he's interested in hanging on to power necessarily. He
right,
just wants to.
right.
Yeah.
It, say just keep it. He mentioned something that people focus on the fight and whatever, and he also mentioned something that's very disturbing, and it's that Russia took 20,000 of their children, and basically put them in Russia, gave them away to families and stuff, and
Yeah.
integrated into the Russian.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, they
20,000,
kidnapped a ton of children.
20,000.
Yeah,
That is 20,000 kids.
that's
That is
wild.
crazy.
Yeah.
And that's considered a war crime. I think it's considered a war
Oh
crime.
yeah, that's
Doing
definitely a war
that,
crime. Yeah.
yeah,
I feel
that's
so tired.
a war
He
crime.
should have
And
demanded the gold
nobody,
in their reserves just to meet with them. Are you saying like the gold in like Fort Knox? Is that what you're saying? Just as like a reciprocal fuck you? Because that would have been funny.
and basically, well, nobody's talking about that. How Putin has 20,000 of Ukraine children,
People are
and
talking
it's a
about
war.
that.
No, nobody's talking.
Oh,
Everybody's talking about the blowout, how advanced this, how advanced that. Nobody's talking about that. He brought it up. Zelensky brought it up at the beginning because the beginning of the meeting started
oh,
pretty
Trump should have.
well.
Oh, I get it.
Maybe like that meeting was pretty long.
Yeah,
Maybe like 20, 30 minutes into the meeting, it was going fine.
yeah, it was.
And Zelensky was talking, yeah. And Trump was talking, and everything was going well.
And then that
And then all of a
fucking
sudden, here comes
idiot.
Van.
And no, well, before Vance, fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene's idiot boyfriend is like, "Why are you wearing a suit? Why aren't you wearing a suit?" What a dumb fucking question. God, that guy
Right.
pisses me off. Did you hear that Trump is going to institute tariffs on all external agricultural product on April 2nd? No. No. On Nintendo Switch 2 new update day? Please. Oh my god.
Yeah. So, Theo, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So give us. I know it's late for you, so you probably half asleep. So
It's
give us
early for him.
your your take on what happened between the two presidents. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't even say his name because it's just infuriating.
I'm going to talk about some of the economic stuff a little bit later. I feel so tired. I'm going to go over the Atlanta Fed projection.
Of what happened between Zelensky and our
I mean,
dictator in chief.
I'm just saying that your president is not the brightest guy, but whatever.
But what did you
Yeah,
think
like-
about what happened? The whole situation of what happened and how it got all crazy and stuff.
Well, I mean, they did obviously not intend to do anything. The whole intention behind this meeting was to humiliate Zelensky. That's
Mhm.
my takeaway. But we'll see what the fuck happens.
Sweden.
Hmm?
I feel so tired. Asked in chat where you were from.
Oh, Sweden.
Yeah.
This is the people say things like, oh well, because then after that the EU received Zelensky. Very different approach than what happened in the US. And
Yeah, but like American support is required to ensure a lasting peace. So,
Okay. So and that's the question I keep posing. Why American support is required? Why can't they just America leave them? They don't want to get involved. Fine, leave them out of it. Let's strike a deal over here. Why is American support so important?
so why American support is required is simply
Yeah.
due to the inherent how do I put this nicely? Uh,
The power and the
the
money.
inherent ineptity of European leadership. So, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the majority of European powers have massively defunded their militaries, right?
Correct.
Same thing now, but for an independent European military to fight near peer adversaries such as Russia, you're looking at between 3 to 5 years.
They have to build shit up again.
Yeah, before Europe is capable of defending itself.
They will, though. They certainly will start doing that now.
Well, the EU already said that they were going to put boots on the ground. But my question is, why is it required? Like it's a requirement. It cannot.
So first of all, the majority of European militaries own American equipment. This equipment comes with restriction, right? You need U.S. approval for it to be used in a conflict zone.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Not simple as, right? So without American approval to use the equipment, the European militaries are sort of.
Are you telling me that the U.S. convinced all of our allies to disarm, then we sell them the ammunition or whatever they need, but they still can't use it unless they get our permission?
So that's true for weapon systems. The U.S. has vetoes on the use cases of weapon systems in conflict zones. When they own the
themselves to relinquish their power like that.
De-escalation.
Yeah, but
because you were supposed to back them.
The idea was that there would be less incentive for escalation between European powers, while using the U.S. as sort of like a mediary. But now there's a different. Now they became reliant, and there's a different situation where, like, okay, there are powers outside of Europe that are threatening Europe, and where normally the U.S. could be relied upon to provide what was needed and intervene if necessary. Well, now it appears that the leader of the United States wants to side with that foreign power, and so that dynamic is changing.
Yeah, but the thing is,
so basically, the EU signed a Sokovia Accords. You can only interfere when we tell you can interfere.
No, not exactly the same.
Yeah, so the restrictions are mainly on the weapon systems. Granted, these weapon systems are on their way out. Developments are going to be revamped in the next 10-year cycle, probably. So if you're looking at Europe in 15 years, the capabilities of the European Union or European powers is going to be substantially different from their capabilities nowadays when it comes to acting against.
Everything that's happening is bad. But if anything good comes of it, is that EU wakes the fuck up and realizes they can't be doing deals like this with the US.
Well, they could trust us before.
And stockpile their own shit. You know what I mean?
They were able to trust us before. but
I
now
did not
they're
know
not
that.
able to. They never thought that it would come to something like this. That's the thing.
That is insane.
Why?
Because
We've always
you
proven a
can't just.
reliable ally before.
Oh my God. Let's not go back to the video. Just because you trust someone doesn't mean they won't do it.
Geopolitics is different from interpersonal relations. Well, or at least it was
Hey,
until Trump came along.
I understand that, but it's still, as a country, if I couldn't agree to that. You're basically putting your whole defense system on the hands of someone else.
It wasn't
What are you
just
doing?
about that, right? It was part of a general disarming of Europe because of the world wars that had happened in Europe.
I know what the 1990, what it was called, the agreement that they struck. Oh fuck! In 1994, I forget the name.
NATO?
I know what that is. No. Like the Budapest Memorandum.
Steele, what is she talking about?
The Budapest Memorandum, I believe.
Give me
the disarming of Ukraine's nuclear capabilities.
Right.
Because what happens, what they did, Ukraine used to have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
And they convinced that they told them, listen.
They had all of the Soviet Union's
of,
nuclear weapons, yeah.
To be fair, the Soviet Union's nuclear capabilities were developed within Ukraine.
Right.
The nuclear expertise existed in the Ukrainian Soviet Republic.
Because that's another thing. They convinced Ukraine, and this is
Also
why
Ukraine
he was in the position they're in today. Because they convinced them, okay, you get rid of, and if you need us, we will be there for you.
Right.
Yeah,
and look at us now.
Well, we were until now.
No, you weren't. So 2014, you weren't really there.
Nope. You're absolutely right. 2014 when Crimea got annexed. That's right.
The security guarantees that was given under the Budapest Memorandum sort of allowed for both France and Germany and the US to act with boots on the ground protecting Ukrainian territory. None of these parties did that.
You're right.
It would have been very easy to do that in 2014 because these troops that came in were irregular troops, right? So it's not like they had massive support or anything. They could kick them out, but you didn't. So it's sort of well.
You're right.
Hang on.
You live in Norway, right, Steele?
Yes, he's Norwegian. He's absolutely a Norwegian.
I saw something today that says that there was like what countries had like accurate like they don't spread misinformation. Norway was number 1 at 95%.
I'm not Norwegian. I'm Swedish.
Sorry. I said, well, okay. That's why I asked if you were from Norway.
I said no.
Sorry.
Okay.
I think I heard you say something.
Real quick fact check here. The trilateral statement contained nearly verbatim the text of the December 5th, 1994 Budapest Memorandum, promising security assurances once Ukraine acceded to the Non-Proliferation Treaty as a non-nuclear weapon state. It did so in November 1994. The memorandum committed the United States, Britain, and Russia to respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and existing borders, and not to use or threaten to use force against Ukraine. The memorandum committed the United States and Britain to seek UN Security Council assistance for Ukraine, but it did not commit those two countries to take military action with their own forces against Russia if it violated its commitments, as Russia did in 2014.
Okay.
So it does not appear that they were bound by this commitment to put boots on the ground.
Well, some shitty securities guarantees.
It's so ridiculous. Like, okay, give up your nukes, but we're not going to do anything, or this doesn't guarantee that we will put boots on the ground, but just give up your nukes. That is insane to make a person.
Take it up with Ukraine then.
I'm glad the world is watching. I hope all of them wake the fuck up and decide, no, we can't depend on the U.S.
Well, I mean, that's sort of what's happening.
I hope that they do. Because I think them giving up that much power to us is, to me, it's a bit crazy. Like, really? Like,
the officials did not discuss specific steps Washington would take. That reflected failure on the part of Americans and Ukrainians to foresee in 1993-94 what Russia did in 2014 and 2022. And you know what? That's somewhat understandable because we're talking about Yeltsin and not Putin back then. And that was an entirely different dynamic.
Sure.
So
I mean, we could have been able to expect that Russia has a tendency for authoritarian leaders, right? And
yeah, but there was a very hopeful outlook back then.
Yeah, no shit. But like, you plan for the worst case scenario, and you hope you don't have to use it. Like, that's generally when you're doing like disaster preparedness, right? You're planning for the worst contingent.
Like, when the U.S. joined NATO and all this other stuff that they do across the world, they did USA to help, Africa and whatever. We were not counting on a Trump coming along.
I mean, actually, so this is sort of funny though. The U.S. military does have a contingency plan for a president that might want to be a dictator.
Good.
They also have a contingency plan for a zombie apocalypse, but that's not.
That's true. We do have contingency plans for fucking everything. The officials did not discuss specific
so
steps.
Many allies around the world, but they should not be that. Everything should not be contingent upon. Well, the U.S. has to, because we got to get permission from them.
Okay, but we're like, you're looking at it from the lens of right now. You have to put yourself in the lens of what it was when they were making these agreements, which was a different paradigm.
Also, you need to remember, politicians are stupid.
Right, but
nobody could have foreseen
that the person in power was not Putin, but the person in power on our side wasn't Trump either. So
keep in mind that when we made this deal, the internet didn't exist. Nobody could have foreseen how much. The internet, the wider internet didn't really exist. I mean, there was like early versions of the internet, but like the World Wide Web didn't really start becoming. 93, 94 is when they negotiated these agreements.
94.
But there's no way they could have foreseen back then that things would have gone this way. I feel so tired says, politicians aren't stupid, you're stupid. The officials...
get back to me when you've looked at European politics for over 3 decades. So,
I think he's being a little facetious. The officials did not discuss steps Washington would take that reflected failure on the part of Americans and Ukrainians to foresee in 1993-1994 what Russia did in 2014 and 2022. Had Ukrainian officials foreseen those actions, Kyiv almost certainly would have sought more solid guarantees, which the United States and Britain were not prepared to give. Negotiations would have been at an impasse. What would have happened then is unclear. I feel so tired said, that's evil, not stupid.
See, but this is the thing. Had they, let's say, for instance, Ukraine in good faith, because this is the problem. We have this sometimes naivete, good faith, thing that oh yeah, everything's gonna be so great. Oh, everything is wonderful. But you know what? Had they still had their nuclear weapons, you think Putin would have invaded? Absolutely not, because he would have been like, them motherfuckers got nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but like they also try, like majority of countries were on the path of nuclear non-proliferation, right? So even the US and Russia decreased their nuclear stockpiles.
Right. This was right after the fall of the Soviet Union.
What I'm
Everyone was
like,
excited for a new world paradigm. That away
from them. That could have possibly been a card, an ace in your sleeve. That could have been that.
Yeah, but the entire world was on this mindset of, okay, the Soviet Union has collapsed, the Cold War is over, de-escalation. Everyone's trying to de-escalate, right? The idea of, at that point, was if Ukraine keeps the nuclear weapons, that could lead to more escalation. They were trying to avoid that.
Don't mansplain it to me. I understand what happened. What I'm saying is that they gave it up with no real guarantee. That was done.
I would agree that in that scenario, without any concrete plans for what to do in the case of an aggression from one party, i.e. Russia, without any like concrete plans, what other parties would do, that was a bad play. But
that was a bad play, but also at the time, Russia was going through a level of disarming as well, and Russia was,
I'm aware, but like I'm saying, it was a bad play for standing here looking at it.
They didn't completely disarm.
2014, right? So
I feel so tired. Says we thought Russia was out of money, and that would stop their aggrandizing.
Yeah, well, I mean, we currently think they're out of money, and that doesn't seem to do very
well. That's because Trump's coming in to rescue them right before the bell rings.
I mean, to be fair, the thing is, we've thought they've been out of money for the majority of this war, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
I never thought they were out of money until I've actually been hearing people really saying, okay, they're actually about to run out of money. Like recently.
Yeah, sure. No, but there've been reports of them being out of funding for quite some time, right? So, but that doesn't seem to be really accurate. Right. The Chinese are helping in that. They're making money on selling oil
but they're making money. Yeah, but now, right after. The thing was, there were still European economies that were reliant on their oil that are now no longer, just recently, cut off their supplies of Russian oil.
So, funny thing.
And that there are economic markers that are actually showing the economic growth slowing and signs of a recession.
Yeah. So, when it comes to like Russian energy sources, they're just being rebranded, essentially. So what tends to happen nowadays is it goes into Estonia. It's being rebranded as Estonian natural gas rather than Russian natural gas. And it still goes through the same pipe systems, right?
But what about like all of these other economic markers that are not connected necessarily to just oil and gas, like inflation, slowing GDP? These are all happening right around now.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't happening prior.
No, because they have control over the ruble, right? They can inflate and deflate it however they want, right? So if they wanted to appear that they're running out of money, right?
Oh, but what am I even supposed to do with that argument? There's no way to argue against that. What am I supposed to do with that?
I'm saying, like, that's why they managed to, like, make it seem that their currency was stable.
Okay, but with that argument, you can wipe away anything anybody says. Period.
I know.
Oh, how very convenient. I feel so tired, says Steele. What's the situation on nuclear in Sweden? I know Germany did away with a lot of their reactors and have heard some good things about thorium reactors from your part of Europe.
Yeah, so we have currently 2 nuclear power stations. They have one has 4 reactors, the other one has 6 reactors currently operational.
Mm-hmm.
We mothballed 2 reactors in the south. That is causing some problem with the energy pricing in the southern energy district. There are currently no plans to replace those reactors in the south, but hopefully this current government is very pro-nuclear in comparison to previous administration.
On thorium reactors, I feel so tired. As far as I've done study, thorium reactors don't seem to make a lot of sense in the West due to the abundance and lower cost of uranium-235 and preparing it for reactors. Thorium is a really great breeder for fuels, but the problem with it is to make it into... Because thorium isn't actually a fissile material. Thorium is a fertile material. In order to get uranium-233, which would be the isotope of uranium that is bred from thorium, you have to take thorium-232, breed it to thorium in the breed it to thorium-233, and then breed it to protactinium. What's the isotope? Hang on. Protactinium-233 as well. And then that will be bred to uranium-233 to actually make it the fissile material that you would use in a nuclear reactor. So Germany had a similar reactor, a thorium molten salt reactor, right, in like the 80s. And the problem with it was there were a couple big issues with it. Number one, the process of actually breeding the fuel was extremely cost intensive. It ended up being, way more costly for the returns versus uranium-235. And on top of that, there were issues with corrosion of the reactor vessel itself. Now, because it's a molten salt reactor, obviously you don't really need to worry so much about meltdowns because obviously the fuel itself is already melted, but beyond that, you don't have like a pressurized vessel for cooling, right? Whereas like in a water-cooled reactor, you have to keep a vessel really, really highly pressurized so the water inside of the reactor itself doesn't turn into steam. And now that can cause problems for potential meltdowns. But
it depends on what type of reactor design you're going with.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a traditional like water-cooled uranium reactor.
No, so you have different kinds of water-cooled reactors. So you have the ones that are non-pressurized, which means like I forgot the name of them, but essentially they don't have the same issues, or they're a simpler design.
Okay, fair enough. Regardless, my point is that a lot of people, they talk about thorium and molten salt reactors as like, oh, they're way safer, so on and so forth. But in reality, the technology for monitoring and keeping nuclear reactors stable is pretty good. Incidents aren't very common, and when they are, they're usually very well contained. especially with like modern reactors in the Western world. There's only two major incidents that we know of, the obvious ones that we're thinking of. One of them was due to gross mismanagement, and the other one was due to upgrades that were not installed, coupled with a large natural disaster. So, people talk a lot about thorium reactors. In some cases, it might be worth it, but for the most part, the traditional uranium-235 reactors appear to be economically probably the best choice, at least for the Western world. China might do better with thorium reactors because they have a really high abundance naturally of thorium, but they still have to deal with the the cost of breeding the actual fuel. And beyond that, I mentioned the issues with corrosion of the vessel, which, to my understanding, that's an issue that's been largely solved at this point. But that was a big reason why Germany ended up shutting down its thorium reactor in the 80s. I'm going to look up these non-pressurized reactor vessels.
They're called boiling water reactors.
Did you say thorium?
Boiling water reactors.
Boiling reactors. Okay. Non-pressurized nuclear reactors include the natrium reactor and small modular reactors. Use sodium instead of water as a coolant. Operate at temperatures above 350 degrees. Use natural forces like gravity and thermal convection for passive cooling. That's right, passive cooling reactors. Separate the energy in nuclear island to reduce safety-related costs. Family of reactor designs are smaller than conventional nuclear reactors, can be factory assembled and transported as a unit, rely on passive systems and inherent safety characteristics, can produce low carbon electricity, can be used to power remote areas or developing nations. Okay. So pressurized water reactors do make up around 70% of global reactors. Boiling water reactors are the second most common reactor type, making up approximately 15% of the global fleet. Unlike PWRs, this design has a single circuit in which water is held at a pressure that allows it to boil. Hence the name. The steam generated in the reactor is fed directly to the turbine. BWRs are primarily found in the U.S., Japan, Sweden, and Taiwan. Pressurized heavy water reactors are the third most common reactor type, making up 11% of the global fleet. Design uses heavy water, chemically different form of water, to cool and control the nuclear reactions. By using heavy water, it is possible to use naturally occurring uranium as fuel, rather than the enriched fuel used in PWRs and BWRs. Heavy water reactors are mostly associated with Canada, but they are also used in India, Argentina, Romania, Pakistan, and China. And then small modular reactors are not a distinct type of reactor, but rather a family of different reactor designs which are smaller than most reactors currently in operation. Light water SMRs are likely to be towards the end of the 2020s, with broad deployment taking place in the early 2030s. More novel designs will take longer to reach commercialization. There are many different. These are the kinds of things they probably put on ships, right?
No, the small modular reactors are planned to be like factory assembled and placed at industrial sites mainly.
Oh, okay.
Where you have like lack of connectivity to the grid.
Okay.
Right? So, for example, if you're looking at, say, a data center that has an issue with having consistent power feeding due to like problems with the local grid, instead of going to the power company being, hey, you need to invest X amounts of millions improving your grid in this locale, they'll just go and buy reactors as
Mm-hmm.
and they'll provide their own power in that scenario. They're also envisioned to be used as like auxiliary power sources.
Yeah. And fusion's chugging along nicely as well. Quite nicely. So the first commercially viable fusion reactor is supposedly going to be built in the United States in the next decade. It's already been contracted. So that's pretty cool. We'll see if the tech is ready by then.
Maybe.
Well,
I believe the majority of your nuclear reactors on your military boats are PWR still.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Even on the new ones, probably, right? What type of reactors on the Gerald Ford carrier class? A1B reactors, which is type of reactor is an A1B. Yep, PWR. But yeah, apparently the National Ignitions Laboratory has been achieving ignition over and over and over again since they first did in 2023. So that's huge. Huge deal.
Jordan, going back to what we were talking in the beginning about the Ukraine. So, what Trump canceled future aid to Ukraine or the current aid to Ukraine?
He didn't cancel. He paused.
Can he do that?
I don't know. I don't know. So, is it constitutional? Is the proper question.
Anything the Senate allocates is supposed to be spent on what day.
So right before I got on, I was on the phone with my aunt and uncle, who are both lawyers. One of them, I believe, is a constitutional lawyer. But you never know, like, about, specialties and this and that. He said, no, it is not constitutional. But that hasn't really stopped them from doing.
Right. So whatever's allocated already, they have to give it. But any future, he could just say no.
No. If it's allocated by Congress, he can't say no.
Right. But any future.
I'm wondering what my question was, because he can't cancel it for sure. My question was, can he pause it, right? Can he say, well, we're not going to say that we're not going to give it at all, but we're just going to, we're going to quote unquote, we're going to review it for a while, right? Like, I don't know. I didn't know is like that okay or not. So my uncle, who's actually taken cases before the Supreme Court before, he said it's not constitutional. But again, you're going to have interpretations from lots of different legal minds. That's his interpretation.
Yeah, but it's like the pausing and freezing of funding to your own government. That's all. It's just it's the same vein, right? Congress has the exclusive power of the purse. The presidency doesn't.
Yeah, but like, I guess my question came from, well, if you're saying you're not outright canceling the funds, if you're saying, hey, here's a temporary pause on the funds, is that like a workaround? I didn't know. My uncle, he said no, but, we'll also see what interpretations come out as we go forward.
Correct. Yeah, I think according to current jurisprudence, the answer is no. But, hey, the Supreme Court might have a different interpretation.
I hope not. Again, I'm looking at Roberts and Barrett specifically. My uncle and my aunt, who's also a lawyer, but she's an immigration lawyer, they both said that, Roberts and Barrett are the best chance. Maybe Kavanaugh, but Roberts and Barrett in particular are the best chance to to be pushing back on Trump.
Right, because yeah,
That's all we need.
they would whatever aid is already allocated by they have to give, but any future like budget, they don't have to include any help for Ukraine at that point in
Congress
time.
doesn't have to, right? That would be up to Congress, right?
Right.
But if they do include aid for Ukraine, Trump just can't like say no.
They're not going to do it.
They're probably not going to do it. Although all it takes is just a couple Republicans to say, yeah, we will, because they have like some of the slimmest margins in the history of Congress. All it would take is like 2 Republicans in Congress and like maybe like 3 or 4 senators.
Just to wait for the defense contractors to push on those Republicans
who get a lot of their funding, campaign funding from them.
Everyone is too afraid of Trump. That's basically.
What?
Everyone is afraid of Trump.
The
thing is, right? So when you're
the military-industrial complex is not afraid of Trump.
What?
When it's getting closer to the midterms, right, and the defense contractors stop getting money for like massive amounts of money because they're very profitable now with all the shit that you're sending over to Ukraine.
And they make a lot more money than Trump ever has.
Yeah. And they'll go, hey, this little thing, change your position. And majority of people will do that. Otherwise, they'll just primary someone else in their seat.
Yeah.
Right.
Like they're petty as fuck.
There's so much misinformation surrounding the aid to Ukraine. It's not even. It benefits us to give them our old stockpile, because we would spend millions just properly recycling these.
Yeah. That's true.
These old equipment will cost us probably more to recycle all this old equipment than it would be to just give it away.
True. A lot of that funding, a huge portion of that funding, comes in the form of just equipment that otherwise we would have spent money to get rid of.
And then we replenish our old piles once we get rid of that. So it benefits us to do this in so many ways. And people think, oh, we're sending money. No, we're not sending them cash. We're sending them.
Well, I mean, yes, we are also sending them cash, but
according to what according to
majority
we're sending them money, yeah. But for what I understand, and there's somebody else that I'm not gonna.
Most of it is equipment. Like 70% of it. Like 70% of it is equipment, and then the rest is like aid.
You're absolutely right, and that's what I've seen. But then also I've seen somewhere that most of their actual aid for the, because remember, the EU is sending them actual money too. They send them more money than we have.
That's true.
That's basically how it's working. Like basically, this is what was said. What was said was that we're sending them the weapons, but then the aid that Europe is sending them is the actual one that they're using as cash to buy stuff and like. You know what I mean?
I don't know specifically about that. Steele would know more about those specifics.
I would have to look into it.
I just know about the American aid. I don't know as much about the divisions of the EU aid. Steele, I don't know if you want to elucidate on that.
So the European aid packages, depending on the country, are both military and humanitarian.
Do you have any idea of like a breakdown?
It's public information. You can look it up on the EU website. I have not gone through it. It's in entirety, but
let's see. European Union and our 27 states remain united, blah, 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 blah. Since the start of the war, the EU and our member states have made available... I'm actually going to put this on the screen. Since the start of the war, the EU and our member states have made available close to 145 billion, and there's an asterisk. What's the asterisk? Euro values converted into US dollars at the 12-month average ECB reference exchange rates as of the 21st of February. Total figure includes 21 billion already mobilized under the Ukraine facility and 3.2 billion dispersed under the EU's contribution to the G7 loan. Okay, so since the start of the war, EU and our member states have made available close to $145 billion in financial, military, humanitarian, and refugee assistance, of which 65% have been provided as grants or in-kind support, 35% in the form of highly concessional loans. So 65% as grants or in-kind support, I'm assuming, includes equipment, is how I'm reading that? Do you agree with what I'm saying there? Yeah, okay.
The loans might be for purchasing of new equipment, so when it comes to Europe, mainly, we don't have massive stockpile of mothballed equipment like you guys do.
Like we do, yeah. Oh, yeah, yours is new equipment. That's true, yeah. Hey, Thanos. Welcome.
Hey.
How's it going, bud?
I'm doing pretty well. You?
Doing good. If you couldn't tell, we're talking about the Ukraine situation.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. Did you hear the latest development?
I mean, I know that that Trump is a bitch to he was a bitch to Zelensky during that meeting.
So, about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago, he paused all aid to Ukraine. So that's the latest thing. Right now we're going over European aid to Ukraine as well. Talk about that. All right. So, in addition, in February 24, European leaders agreed to commit up to $54 billion in 2027 for the Ukraine facility to support Ukraine's recovery, reconstruction, modernization. I imagine that number will probably increase, as well as its efforts to carry out reforms as part of its accession path to the EU. Furthermore, in October 2020, does the EU have a defensive pact?
It does.
Okay.
It's fairly limited, though.
Okay. Well, I kind of want to dive into that in a second. Furthermore, in October 24, the EU and G7 partners agreed to collectively provide loans of $50 billion to support Ukraine's budgetary, military, and reconstruction needs. Expect that to also increase. Financed by extraordinary revenues from immobilized Russian sovereign assets. The EU will contribute $20 billion. First $3.2 billion was dispersed in January 2025. This will bring our commitments to date to close to $198 billion, which is larger than the American contribution by, $23 billion? $22 billion? $23 billion? In July 24, the EU made available the first $1.6 billion generated from immobilized Russian assets, $1.5 billion for military support through the EPF, $109 million for energy support through the Ukraine facility. In December 23, European leaders endorsed opening accession negotiations with Ukraine. Ukraine has shown remarkable determination and progress on reforms, including anti-corruption, while defending its country and its people against Russian aggression. Ukraine is already a member of the European family and will continue supporting Ukraine every step of the way on its path to EU membership. Okay. $73 billion in financial and budgetary support in humanitarian and emergency assistance. $53 billion in military assistance, ranging from ammunition. This includes $6.6 billion from European Peace Facility, in addition to bilateral contributions from our member states. On top of that, on March 24, the Council established a dedicated Ukraine assistance fund worth $5.4 billion. EU support also includes $2.2 billion for the joint procurement and delivery of up to an additional 1 million rounds of artillery ammunition, and an additional $535 million to boost EU defense industry capacities and ammunition production. The EU is today the largest military training provider to the Ukrainian armed forces. 73,000 Ukrainian military personnel were trained under the EU's $390 million military assistance mission. An additional $27 million have been provided for humanitarian demining of liberated territories. And this actually reminded me of something that not a lot of people really talk about that I think is important. You know, I hear a lot of talking points from Republicans. We are getting nothing out of this. This is doing nothing for us, which, you know, aside from all of the geopolitical implications, which I guess they seem to have forgotten about, even though they all knew about them a few years ago, some of them even a few months ago. There's also the fact that we, for the first time in, you know, recent history, are seeing a lot of our more modern military, well, more modern than the Cold War military equipment go up against Russian military equipment. And we're getting a lot of data. We're learning a lot about tactics when, you know, going up against the Russian military. This is all stuff that it would have been super unlikely for us to get. All of this information is stuff we were very unlikely to be able to obtain without the Ukrainians using our equipment in live situations the way they are. And that shit just comes right out of it, just as an added benefit.
Yeah. Okay. So there's some issues with that assessment. So when it comes to like information sharing about the effectiveness of systems, it's not really forthcoming from the Ukrainian perspective. They're very, very hush-hush about what's working and not working.
I've been hearing that they've been quite open to sharing a lot.
Yeah, I can't get into what exactly.
Okay. Well, regardless of what they're sharing behind the scenes, there is information that we are getting, you know, simply from footage from various things around the battlefields that's useful anyway.
Sure. Like what's publicly available is useful, but like there are certain things that aren't being shared, experiences with specific weapon systems, how they're learning about, for example, Russian electronic warfare suites. This information is not reaching Western partners.
Okay. I'd be interested in having conversations with you on that off stream in private at some point. But yeah.
He works for his
No, he does not. Regardless, as I said, because we don't joke about this stuff like that. As things. Regardless, I think the point still stands. Things that are publicly available are giving us a lot of interesting information. I have learned some things about the battlefield effectiveness of certain things like the Abrams, for example, which is outperforming a lot of what people expected it to. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot that we're learning from what's publicly available as well.
Sure. I'm not denying that the publicly available information has been beneficial.
Yeah. The drone warfare that I'm seeing a lot is very, very interesting to watch. And it says a lot about Russian preparedness.
So are you 007?
I'm 007.
Yes.
No, I'm not 007.
Oh, okay. Am I MI6?
Yes, I work for MI6. Yes,
He works for
definitely.
England as a Swede.
What's the I was gonna say next shit. I forgot. It left my brain. Oh fuck. Mossad.
Yeah, because that my government would be so happy if I worked for Mossad.
Mossad. Sorry. I'm just amusing myself right now.
Okay. So next thing I wanted to move on to is from the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta and their projections. The growth rate of real gross domestic product is a key indicator of economic activity, but the official estimate is released with a delay. Our GDP Now forecasting model provides a, quote, nowcast of the official estimate prior to its release by estimating GDP growth using a methodology similar to the one used by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. GDP Now is not an official forecast of the Atlanta Fed. Rather, it is best viewed as a running estimate of real GDP growth based on available economic data for the current measured quarter. There are no subjective adjustments made to GDP Now. The estimate is based solely on the mathematical results of the model. In particular, it does not capture the impact of COVID-19 and social mobility beyond their impact on GDP source data and relevant economic reports that have already been released. It does not anticipate their impact on forthcoming economic reports beyond the standard internal dynamics of the model. Okay. The GDP Now model estimate for real GDP growth, seasonally adjusted annual rate in the first quarter of 2025 is negative 2.8% on March 3rd, down from negative 1.5% on February 28th. After this morning's releases from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Institute for Supply Management, the nowcast of first quarter real personal consumption expenditures growth and real private fixed investment growth fell from 1.3% and 3.5% respectively to 0.0% and 0.1%. And I just want to, for dramatic effect, I'm just going to reveal this graph because it ain't fucking pretty. A 3% contraction. That's exactly right. I feel so tired. A 3% contraction. And
Yay, a recession.
A recession is, yep, they're predicting a recession. And prior to Trump's shenanigans, they were predicting a strong and steady economy. But the uncertainty of the things Trump is doing, coupled with the tariffs, coupled with the growing, the ticking up inflation and the ticking down consumer confidence, I imagine, are all of the things that are going into this projection, along with the very hard data of the private fixed investment growth falling from 1.3 and 3.5 to 0.0 and 0.1. I feel so tired, says depression, I'd say. Well, they're not saying depression, they're saying recession. I hope not. That would be fucking awful.
I'll just take your antidepressants and you won't be depressed anymore.
Yeah. Let's see if we have any good analysis on this.
The
I already heard my thoughts on this. That's right. Can you talk about the commodities stuff again? Because I didn't remember exactly what you said, and I was trying to understand that connection a little bit better. And I know Steele is generally very on it with finance, so I wanted to discuss it with him as well.
Oh, y'all gonna discuss finance? Okay. I'm gonna
What?
go watch my movie.
No, this is important.
This is gonna make me snooze.
No, dude. Yeah, but a recession is not going to make you snooze, okay? A recession is going to make you poor. That's what it's going to do.
Pretty much, oh my God, numbers and figures
Well,
and
actually, a recession does not necessarily make a person poor.
Makes the economy poor? Or the value of their money?
much. Sure.
I mean, a recession is essentially just the shrinking of the economy, right? The actions companies, organizations, and the government takes during a recession might result in people being poor, but not the recession itself.
I feel so tired. Are you gonna pull all that out soon? Because like once you do, right? If you're thinking about pulling it out, that means everyone else is thinking about pulling it out, and then, well, yeah, they're gonna drop. He said, I've put around 12,000 into silver and gold since around September and at an accelerated rate since October 7th and have kept to watching the futures for this recently. Trump keeps to making his most outrageous remarks on the beginning of the weekend to spook the markets and then takes advantage of the commodities on the beginning of the next week. Oh my God.
I mean, the tendency for administrations is to like sort of leave their bad news on the Friday night.
Yeah.
Because people don't pay attention to it, generally speaking.
Yeah, because usually news happen, I don't know, Monday through Friday. Sundays usually Saturday and Sundays are usually not.
No, because people have lives, right? So
Yeah.
if you want to do something unpopular, you do it on a Friday night because no one pays attention.
Eventually, the markets are going to react to all this uncertainty, and it's already happening to some extent. The stock markets have already been reacting. The stock markets are tumbling.
For example, I believe this was this Friday or this Saturday or something. The U.S. federal government pulled investment for charging infrastructure, which resulted in a decrease in Tesla stock.
Oh yeah, I saw that, like 30%, something crazy.
Yeah, it has dropped 30% since December.
Yeah. The Dow dropped 1.5% today, which is better than where I saw it earlier, which was around 2%.
Yeah.
NASDAQ is down 2.64. S&P 1.76.
My investments are doing very well.
European investments. Wait, where? In what?
I pulled out all my other investments, barring my defense investment.
Ah, that's smart. Yeah, European defense investments are obviously going to be going up.
Yeah.
In the past month.
Not obviously.
Go ahead.
Not obviously. There is still American fuckery in that. For example, there was this deal with Colombia that Saab had. That was halted by an American veto due to the engines being General Electric design,
enough.
which
we talked about this. Yeah,
which grants the U.S. export restrictions on that military technology.
I feel so tired. I just don't trust the stock market, given that it was at 5,000 when I was in high school, and industry should have at least expanded to some proportional degree to match it, going to almost 50K. So the correction will result in massive inflation, in my opinion. Yeah, I've been talking about like the stock market's meteoric rise for a long time, and I've been waiting for a massive correction and wondering why it hasn't come. And it seems like.
So the increase in the stock market has mainly been due to like the influx of retail investors, right?
Okay.
So the pool of cash has gotten bigger.
Okay.
That people put into the stock market. So that sort of depends on when he went to high school, I guess. But if you're looking at the last 10, 15 years, prior to that, you only had institutional investors putting any serious money into the stock market. Now you have a fairly large amount of retail investors putting money in. So that sort of allows for the growth of the stock market. Now, granted, yes, there's a lot of companies that are sort of extremely overvalued.
Tesla being one of the biggest examples.
Yeah, I would say majority of the quote-unquote tech sector majority substantially overvalued.
Yeah,
like,
AI
example,
is
NVIDIA.
kind of NVIDIA, but AI is sort of in the middle of a correction now.
I wouldn't necessarily say so. We'll see. Yes and no.
I guess that's why I said sorta. Last 30 years since I was in high school, and I've not seen real innovation either. I don't know if I totally agree with that statement. I'm not insisting on widget factories coming back to the U.S., but I have to see something in the area of tech innovation that is actually real. Peter Thiel spoke on this also a while back. I mean, since 95, their smartphones were invented. I mean, like, there has been real innovation. I don't know if it can account for everything in the tech sector and all of that stock growth, but there has definitely been a level of innovation that I think is real.
I mean, is it really though an innovation, like in an industrial sense, right? So, yeah, smartphones have been very good for like interpersonal communication, but what actual like value has it brought?
So he's thinking of something along the lines of a transistor here, like a fundamental innovation in how technology works. Yeah. Sure. But those are going to be increasingly few and far between in general. So I think people who invested in stocks are going to be more likely to look for, I guess we could call them in this context, incremental innovations to pump their money into. And yeah, there's probably a measure of that means that there's going to be inflated stock prices. But again, you know, stock pricing is just based on a perceived value anyway. So if it's perceived as innovation, I mean, that's kind of what really makes the stock price go up.
So there's a difference between how institutional investors and retail investors sort of approach the valuation of a stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is mainly the concern due to the massive increase of retail investors. And the increase of these apps that made it substantially easier to do, to buy stocks and sell stocks, right?
Sure.
Previously, in like the 90s, you had to buy a terminal to.
Yeah, you had to be like licensed.
Yeah. Now you don't really need to do that.
Yeah, I don't really use those apps. I have
No, but
we have a family financial advisor who does all of that for us, mutual funds and such.
sure. But like, so you might not do that, but majority of people, especially with like these fractional shares, do that,
Yeah.
and it allows for a bunch of fuckery that like massively overvalues certain stocks,
Right,
especially
because there's
based on
all
like
of these regular people hearing we got to buy into this thing. They all go onto the app and buy into the thing, which is inflating the stock value.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very concerned that these aren't institutional investors, so it increases the volatility due to the inherently speculative nature and the skittishness of the day trader, not to mention the algorithms. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we were just saying, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that position.
Yeah.
It does do for me as well.
Yeah.
But you can't.
So
now,
just to be clear for lay people like me, institutional investors are like the professional investors, where retail investors are like the apps that people buy shit in. Correct?
yeah, you can phrase it like that.
Okay, cool. Just for people who weren't familiar with those terms, I'm neither going to confirm or deny that I was one of those people.
I'll neither confirm nor deny.
Although I get it conceptually. And now I know the terms. But I'm still neither confirming nor denying.
Mm-hmm. That's messed up.
Okay.
That's messed up.
So yeah. Recession incoming probably, but we'll see. Otherwise, I'm seeing some form of the 2008 crash or the tech stock BS. Well, I feel like the 2008 crash was based on the fact that all of this money was like invested in default in like mortgage bonds that were super highly overvalued, right? And then you had your CDOs, which were essentially bets. You could think of them kind of like stocks on those mortgage bonds, right? But because those and you had this huge market of investments based on those CDOs, which were bets on the mortgage bonds. But because those mortgage bonds were being rated too highly because of relationships between the banks and the rating agencies, when all of the people who were, overrated in their mortgage bonds defaulted on their loans, you had this, because like they hit this point, right? The way these loans were done was that when it hit these dates in 2007, the amount that they would have to pay on their mortgage would jump up. And what happened was, when it did, all of these millions of people who had these low quality loans and suddenly couldn't pay those mortgages defaulted on their loans, and the values of these mortgage bonds, which were set to be, which were appearing to be and rated to be very high, were actually very low. And then all the confidence in those bonds went to like nothing, and everybody took their money out all at once. And those who didn't, the value of those stocks basically went to zero. So yeah, okay. So you're kind of comparing that to the crypto market. I mean, the crypto market is definitely in decline right now, right? Yeah. Bitcoin is down 8.7% in the last 7 days. Down 9.3% in 24 hours. Ethereum's down to, they're all down basically.
I know, I'm not a fan of crypto.
I'm not either. Too volatile.
Seems like a scam.
A lot of it is a scam. Some of it isn't, but it's just.
Did you guys read that Project 2025 thing?
Hang on 1 second. I have a conservative temperament, really, so I want my money backed by something. I agree. The fact that, like, Bitcoin and crypto is essentially stocks without any of the regulatory bodies involved is super scary. What's the Project 2025 thing?
Anybody read that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, just if we've
Project
read...
2025. You never heard of that document?
I thought you were talking about something specific within it, because, yeah, we've all heard of it.
There is something specific that there's a bailout. They're gonna have the government buy all this crypto, and then they're gonna try to get a billion, I don't know how many billion, 900 billion bailout for crypto.
90 billion. That's what 1 million of Bitcoin cost. But essentially, so Jordan, equating it to stocks, not really accurate, because stocks are actual ownership shares of a company.
Sure. I'm just talking about sort of in some of the mechanisms. I feel like in the way some of the mechanisms how the value is based on, like, the purchasing of the coin is similar. I know it's not at all, like, functionally the same, but the way the numbers sort of move conceptually is similar.
So what you're saying is people are looking at a graph and buying it like that. That's sort of what you're saying.
Well, no, I mean, it's like, it's based on, to an extent, perceived value. Bitcoin is... What?
Like, stocks have assets that this company that you're buying into.
Sure.
Well, there's no actual value
in crypto. Yeah, I agree. But so crypto is not, like, backed by an actual thing. Stocks are obviously backed by perceived value in a company. Crypto is the perceived value of a made-up currency with, fucking nothing about it. But it's the perceived value part, I guess, is where I draw the connection in that sense. And then buying and selling, right, has an effect on the cost of the
Yeah, so the whole
security
concern about perceived is only, like, true if the individuals doing the perception are skilled or dumb, and then we run back.
Yeah,
we're back into concern with retail investors.
Exactly, 100%. I agree. And when it comes to crypto, it's like all retail investors almost. Well, not so much anymore, but still mostly, right?
Retail investors. Institutional investors have not bought up enough of the crypto market to make it be a traditional institutional investment vehicle.
Right.
Obviously, yes, some institutional investors that bought up crypto, but generally speaking, they tend to hold it lower than 10% of their overall portfolio, which means that they don't really view that investment as something that's going to be game changing, essentially.
Right. And it's been that way for a while. Like all the big, talking heads in those arenas all seem to be very bullish on crypto. I feel so tired says BTC is meant to eat up, or Bitcoin is meant to eat up excess liquidity. IMO, like in my opinion, and so it covers up the rate of inflation. Together with the gold and silver futures they are foisting on the market. There isn't really a commodity to measure inflation by these days, so it's all speculation and guessing.
Yeah.
Mm.
I guess. Mm.
Yeah. Let's see. Bitcoin in November was up over 90,000. December it was over 100,000. And then it dropped in December. Well, the volume dropped. The price stayed high, but the volume dropped. And then it's been basically tanking in price. Since Trump took over. Huh. Okay, let's see. Another thing. Oh, what people don't get is the difference between an investment and a store of value. So they sell off the second the commodity price starts to drop. Yeah. This is the problem of the amateur investor. Yeah, it probably wasn't a good idea to open up investing to all of these apps in the first place. What? You're super fuzzy. What?
Hear me now?
Yes.
It happened when markets were generally so like when these types of apps and or the deregulation that allowed for these apps happened around like 2002.
This pump and dump activity is very close to what caused the crash in 1929.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Yeah. But, Bitcoin is largely completely unregulated. So okay. On another note, Social Security Administration cuts 7,000 jobs, closes half of its regional offices, and Elon Musk calls it a Ponzi scheme on Rogan, which is crazy. Completely fucked. One of the big problems that I'm seeing is, all they ever talk about is how the money is running out. They're going to run out of money. There's nothing we can do. Not a single person talks about the fact that there's a cap on taxing for Social Security. So if you make more than $176,000 a year, every dollar over $176,000 that you make is no longer taxed for Social Security. If we upped that cap or got rid of that cap entirely, we'd be able to continue funding Social Security for decades to come. But nobody ever talks about that because it's, they never, rather than being responsible, doing the responsible thing and funding through more revenue, it's complain, because they don't want to, mention taxing people more.
Actually, there is a person.
No, not taxing me even more. Taxing the rich more.
Actually, a person that did make that exact argument.
Oh.
Earlier today, actually.
Oh.
Kyle Kaczynski, he released a YouTube video on this.
Oh. Kyle Kaczynski. Okay, he's an interesting one. I wonder.
Not that they're not anti-taxing; they're anti-taxing the rich.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, it's like that.
So yeah, I'm glad Kyle is talking about it. He's got a pretty big platform. I saw it. I think it was an economist talking about it like a couple weeks ago, and I only thought to bring it up now because Elon Musk went on to Joe Rogan and called Social Security a Ponzi scheme.
In an episode where he talked about Elon being on Rogan.
That's what Kyle Kaczynski said as well.
So I sort of found it amusing because you were on the same train of thought as him.
100% on the same train of thought. That's fun. I can go one way or another on things Kyle Kaczynski says. It depends on what he's saying in the time at the moment.
Yeah, he does say a lot of things.
He does what?
He does say a lot of things.
He does say a lot of things. That's true. I would have to say the majority of this propaganda against the Europeans that we've been hearing is covertly directed against their welfare state. I haven't heard too much of that. Can you give me like an example of what you've heard? Or maybe I have and I just didn't recognize it.
Wait, we have a welfare state? Interesting.
Yeah, I know, right? Sweden having a welfare state is a take and a half. Euro cucks, for instance. That's just brainless fucking retard speak.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when it comes to these social programs in Europe, you have argument from both the right and left why these are important. So I'll give you the right-wing perspective on universal healthcare, right? So, as a nationalist, you want your citizenship to be healthy and capable, fighting in any potential war that you might face, right? So,
and just to be clear for our American viewers, when he speaks about nationalism, it's not the kind of nationalism that you're thinking of. It's more akin to our patriotism without all the rah-rah, we're better than everybody else.
Wait, what nationalism are you thinking
about? They're thinking of like ultra-nationalism. Like, do good for our country to the detriment of other countries.
Anyway, the point being is you want a healthy and well-educated citizenry to keep your country as the best as it can be, right? And in this point of view, it is beneficial for the nation to pay for these services so everyone has an ability to be the best they can be for the nation, right? Mm-hmm. That's sort of the right-wing perspective on it, or the nationalist perspective on these healthcare programs, or even like free higher education, right? Because without these services, your nation won't be the best. Probably far from it. It might actually down in international ratings.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on here. All right. Did I already talk about the Norwegian refueling company?
Norwegian refueling company?
So, let me find the name of it. Hang on. So, one of the companies in Norway, one of the largest refueling companies in the world, has said they will no longer fuel U.S. naval ships. They turned away submarines that came into port to fuel as a response to the decisions in Ukraine. Norway itself has said they will continue to fuel U.S. navies, but this particular company has said they will not. So that's fun. Haltbach Bunkers.
Yeah, I mean, they're an independent company. They're allowed to do what they want.
Yep. Yep.
One.
Say that again?
So, according to American law, you have the right to refuse service to anyone.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, they're a private company. They can make their own decisions. But that's just illustrating that we are making enemies. I feel so tired. No, you have to look at it in context. Rush Limbaugh confused people's understanding of liberal and leftists as part and parcel of this concept in people's minds. Economic nationalism, Jacksonian democracy, etc. are all part of the same idea that real men don't need the government to help them when they hit hard times. Okay. Another topic, I wanted to go just a quick one, just getting through some of the quick stuff. Trump, in a press conference with one of the PMs that's visiting, I think it was Starmer, was asked the question, so it seems in public that you have been continually talking that other countries will pay the tariffs when it seems that everybody else seems to understand that it is the importers that will be paying the tariffs that could then be passed on to consumers. Many consumers are worried about, what that will cause for their prices. So what is your response to that? When all of these other people are essentially saying, no, it's the importers and then the consumers, not the other countries that will pay the tariffs. Trump's response was to ramble about how we've been treated very unfairly, and then say that the idea that importers would be paying the tariffs is a, quote, myth made by foreign countries.
Well, I mean, did you expect him to understand how tariffs work?
Yeah, I don't know what I expected. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to say... I expected him to just ramble and not answer the question. I didn't expect him to actually say something so fucking stupid. Good Lord. Because I figured he actually knew and was just lying about it because he's Trump and he lies about everything.
Yeah, he read one book from this, what was his face? This former American president, I believe he was president in the 1800s or some shit like that.
Mm-mm. He does know and is lying. So he'd just rather appear completely retarded and say something like that makes him look completely retarded? He would have looked less dumb if he just rambled and didn't answer the question.
Yeah, but I believe he does know. And I believe also that he has people around him telling him that people are going to pay the tariffs. He's that type of person that no matter whether he's wrong or not, he'll stick to what he's saying and keep repeating it.
It's an act like Bush pretending to be dumb. No, but Trump is too tied up with his own ego. He doesn't want to pretend to be dumb. He doesn't want people to think he's dumb.
No, it makes him look dumb because you know better. But he thinks that him repeating that he's right makes him right. Does it make sense? Him repeating that he's right makes him right and you wrong.
Yeah, but like people aren't buying the tariff shit. That's why he keeps getting asked these questions. Right.
Because we know better. But he's the type that he'll keep saying the wrong thing. He was it's like recently when he was saying, "Oh, we sent $300 billion in aid to Ukraine." And he was corrected not once, but twice. Once by the Canadian leader and another by the UK leader. And then when Zelensky came, he again said the same thing. Do we think doesn't know what he's saying is wrong? He knows it's wrong, but he just continues saying it because it sounds better to say it's 300 million, it's 350 million, and he keeps going up.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, 400 million. And the rest of us are like, dude, we know it's not that much, but he keeps saying it.
It's surreal politic. It absorbs the people who concentrate on things like ego or IQ. Then the other rubes think they are being elitist, fueling more populism and enabling actual elites to fleece them. I don't know if I believe he's that calculated. Truthfully, I do not believe he's that calculated.
He doesn't like being wrong. That's
why I think it is. He doesn't like being wrong. He's a narcissist.
Yeah, he altered a map with a Sharpie, a weather map, which is, by the way, against the law, just because he didn't want to be wrong. So he's going to keep.
That's against the law. That seems dumb.
Oh yeah.
That seems like a dumb
altering
law. It's what Andrew Jackson did.
Altering a weather map. There's a law that it's against the law.
We saw him take the bait like crazy on the stage with Kamala Harris. That signals narcissist to me, not cool, calculated 4D fucking chess guy.
I don't think he's cool and calculated.
No, I think he's a hothead who's easily baited, and his entire actions are wrapped up into his ego. I think that better describes rather than someone who's being that intelligent about his politics. Honestly, maybe some of the people around him are, but his actions feel and his statements feel way too reactionary in a lot of ways for him to be that cold and calculated.
Very rarely admit that they're wrong, right? So if he's taken a position, he will double or even triple down on that position. Right. His position is that no, other countries are going to pay the tariff.
I feel so tired. Go ahead.
For the tariffs, he can't say, "Oh shit, sorry, I was wrong." He needs to double down on that, which is what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
So
he's gaslighting.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And then if worse comes to worse, where it's really, really bad, what he's gonna do is he's gonna say blame somebody else for it. He's never gonna take responsibility for it.
It's a very small
He's gonna
group of
blame
people whose interests he actually represents. They are the ones who clean up when he spooks the market, and they will be the ones to buy up depreciated properties when it crashes the economy. Yeah, but he's so out of touch that he thinks this is either going to help everybody or that everybody's going to love him for it. I think he is engaging in economics in ways that he knows will help him, and I think he genuinely believes that it's going to be good for the country. I don't think he's smart enough to actually see that far beyond it and just get away with shit. I think his personality has allowed him to create an environment where the people who public safety alert, where the people who support him are so rabidly wrapped up into everything he says that he feels like whatever I say goes. That's why he cozies up to dictators. That's why he wants to emulate them so much. And it's also why a lot of, it's why people like Putin are able to play him like a fiddle. He's easily manipulatable if you see those things. And that's also what Kamala Harris did to him on the debate stage. She fucking used all that shit against him. I think he's another Pinochet. Well, hopefully not. Fuck.
And yeah. He's not, there's nothing. Trump has no good qualities. Let's put it that way.
Seems kind of funny.
All this shit. Listen, all this shit Elon Musk is doing. Trust me, he's the fall guy. He's gonna. At the end of the day, when if it all backfires, he's gonna be the fall guy.
Who? Elon?
Yep.
Fall guy. He's way more protected than Trump, right?
Yeah, Elon's the one who's probably actually pulling the strings.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he is pulling the strings, but he's allowing him to do it. And do you know what I mean? And when the fallout starts, the real fallout.
I don't know. It seems to me like he's being pretty cucked by Elon, honestly.
Well, since Elon doesn't actually hold any position, he doesn't. He's not the head of Doge, so it's not him that's going to be running into problems. Even though he might, actually be the head of Doge, but he's not hired as that. So he's pretty safe, legally speaking, when it comes.
No, not necessarily, because he would be
I'm not sure that's totally correct.
non basically vetted person going into the government and moving shit. That's not legal.
Because if they're saying that he's not the administrator of Doge, which is what they're saying, but he's acting as the administrator of Doge, there are judges who have already brought that up as a potential legal issue.
Yeah. Because people that do what he's doing need to be vetted. They need to be confirmed, right? They need to be confirmed and vetted and all that stuff.
The signal things have gone out of control is when he closes the borders. Well, all the MAGAs believe he already has closed the borders.
Oh, don't worry, he's going to close the borders in 2 weeks.
Right.
When it's all said and done, borders is going to be the least of our issues. We're going to have so much just shit piled up. RFK was already getting a lot of shit. Did you hear about RFK?
Oh, did you see what he did today?
RFK was defending the measles vaccine.
And now
he's
telling everybody to go get the measles vaccine. What a puss.
Why not? But now he's like, people are turning on him. Like, everyone is like, oh, you're trying to poison our kids, blah, blah, blah.
So I feel so tired is saying closes the borders for Americans, so we can't leave.
Yeah.
No.
It's probably going to do that in 2 weeks. You'll see.
Why? What's in 2 weeks?
No.
Trump closing your border.
Why? Why in 2 weeks?
You'll see.
See, that's even more speculative than I usually go.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying right now.
It's even more speculative. 2 weeks. What's gonna happen in 2 weeks? I don't even go that far.
Oh, they move quite fast. They like breaking things. I'm fairly confident that my assessment is correct.
What is your assessment that they're gonna close the borders?
Nah, I'm assessing that some shit is going to happen in
2
2 weeks.
Goddamn.
Going to change your life for the substantially worse.
Damn. You sure you're not MI6 or some shit? He's holding the secrets of the universe.
All right. I'm setting a reminder for 2 weeks. We're going to check back
2 weeks?
in on this.
I'm hungry. I need a snack.
Do it now before the food prices go up. Also, what did you say about agricultural imports being tariffed?
Oh, yeah. 25% tariff on agricultural imports.
Okay.
Starting on April 2nd.
Question is that so if it's agricultural imports 25% tariff, and what if they're Mexican agricultural imports? Is that 50% tariffs?
I don't think he has elucidated any of that information. We literally found out about it in a fucking tweet.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Another thing, in a positive thing, he tried to withhold $2.1 billion from Pennsylvania that was allocated by Congress. Governor Josh Shapiro sued the federal government and won. So they have to give that money back to Pennsylvania. And in his talking with Republican voters in very strong Trump counties, they were definitely expressing to him that they were unhappy with Trump. A lot of them unhappy with Trump, a lot of them unhappy with Elon. So hopefully that's translating into the voters in the electorate. But we'll see in a couple of years.
I wonder what happens in like 2 years when you have your midterms.
What do you mean?
How they go is what I'm curious about.
Oh, hopefully they go really well for the Democrats.
To create more parties for your country.
That ain't happening anytime soon. Our system isn't built for that.
It's not anything that actually sort of disqualifies
No.
there being more than two.
No,
parties.
of course not. But it's just sort of naturally goes that way, the way our system is. It's like more inclined to be that way. If we had like ranked choice voting, for example, you'd definitely see a much larger distribution of different types of parties. But as it stands, the way our voting system works, it lends itself to two major parties. And with a couple exceptions, it's mostly been that way through pretty much our entire history. There have been a couple times where third parties, or like the parties, like there was a third party in power and then it faded away. Like there was a party in power that then faded away and was replaced with another party. Things like that. And there have been short times where there were like three sort of competing parties. But for the most part, it's been two. And it hasn't been like more than two since like a really long time. Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of gerrymandering.
Republicans and Democrats used to be single party. That's true. And it was like, what, the Whigs? Yeah, in the beginning it was the Federalists and the Democrat Republicans. Let me get like a good graphic I can throw up on here. What do we got? What a nice, easy, clear graphic to look at. It's being slow. Okay. Open image. Okay. Nice, big graphic. Here we go. In the beginning, the Federalists. No, this is still not a great. Okay. This is still not well labeled. Oh, here we go. Okay. Image in new tab. Because that's the 1820s. So, in the very beginning, the Federalists and the Democrat Republicans. Washington was like in the middle. Adams was a Federalist. Jefferson was a Democrat Republican. Madison was a Democrat Republican. Monroe was a Democrat Republican. And then by 1820, the Federalists could no longer field a presidential candidate. James Monroe won re-election without opposition, and the era of good feelings began. Then eventually there was a split into the Democratic and the National Republicans. And then you had the Anti-Masonic Party. In New York and New England, opposition to Jackson organized the Anti-Masonic Party, which feared the role of Freemasons in government in 1832. They held the first presidential nominating convention in the U.S. Interesting. What a weird piece of history. Okay. And then the Anti-Masonic and the National Republicans came together and formed the Whigs, which was a major party for a long time. Well, the Democratic Party was in 1828. Supporters of Andrew Jackson had begun calling themselves Democrats. They wanted small government, and they opposed trade protection, national banks, and paper money. Interesting how things change. Supporters of John Quincy Adams, calling themselves National Republicans, wanted a strong central government that would support internal improvements and promote commerce. Which is fun because, as we know, they switched around eventually. So you've got the Whigs, who came from the National Republicans and the Anti-Masonics versus the Democratic Party. Then you've got a couple little guys along the way. You have the Liberty Party, the Free Soil Party, which is a branch off of the Whigs, the Know Nothing Party, organized in opposition to immigration, especially of Catholics. At first, they worked in secret, and when asked about their activities, they replied, "I know nothing." In the 1850s, they renamed themselves the American Party. And in 1856, with the Whig Party breaking up, they ran Millard Fillmore for president, who was he not president? Yeah, he was. He was the 13th president. Of the... What party was he in at the time? Yeah, he was part of the American Party. That's right, they were the American Party by then. Yep. And then the American Party fused with the sort of remnants of the Whig Party, became Abraham Lincoln's Republican Party. Part of that broke off into the Constitutional Union. And then the Democrats broke into the Southern Democrats and the Northern Democrats. And then that went forward until like the 70s, which was like the big switch. Something like that. Or there were a couple switches over time. Oh, here we go. Here's the next one. So, Republican, Northern and Southern Democratic fused together. Republicans had a little break off. There was the Liberal Republican Party, which is a mix of the Democrats and the Republicans. But, you know, those Democrats lost a lot. You had Grant, Hayes, and Garfield, which were all Republican. You had a third party, the Greenbacks, which was pretty short-lived. Cleveland was a Democrat, then Harrison, then Cleveland. And then McKinley, the 1900s. And then by this time, really the major parties were established, but you had a couple here and there. The National Democratic Party fused, or had some of the populists come and join the Democrats, but like at this point, it was mostly the Democrats and the Republicans. McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft were Republicans. Democrat Wilson, and Harding, Coolidge, Hoover were all Republicans. You had a short-lived Progressive Party, Theodore Roosevelt. And then that's all they have here up till the 1930s. So that's fun. So yeah, there have been like third parties and other smaller parties here and there throughout, but for the most part, our system lends itself to two major parties. And which those major parties have changed mostly in like the earlier years, where Democrats and Republicans have been like the major parties for most of history. So yeah, that's pretty unlikely to change unless we have like major changes to our Constitution and how we do our voting, which would allow for like other parties to emerge more prominently. Wow. Did everybody just fall asleep during that? Was it that boring?
Oh.
I find that shit real interesting.
Yeah, of course you do.
All right. Any other topics you guys want to bring up in particular?
Nah.
Oh, hey, Daniel.
I almost fell asleep off that last one.
Oh, yeah? American history is boring to you, Daniel?
No, American history is amazing, dude.
That's
You're
American
talking
history!
about, obscure 13th president. It was just killing me. I'm just kidding.
I suppose that's not American history, huh? How you doing, bud?
No, that's not the problem. I'm good, bud. How you doing? I'm
Good.
Oh my
Chilling.
fucker. So good. Playing Marvel Rivals right now. I just got home from work.
Nice. How was work?
It was good, man. It was I'm doing an unboxing movie. It's my first fight movie, and
Nice.
yeah, it's fun.
Nice. Yeah.
It's a good first day.
We went over a
Ours
whole
our
bunch of
first
stuff.
Sunday.
We went over the Ukraine stuff. I don't know if you saw. Trump paused all aid to Ukraine.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, we're not too happy about that one.
Oh, okay. I'm pro. All of it.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if you and I talked about it some, you'd probably. I don't think you'd like totally change your position.
Zelensky
but
just came out with this statement recently saying this war is very far away from ending or something like that. It's like, why are you making statements like that, bro? Why are you? It's crazy. And then Trump could post about it. He said,
well, yeah, if he's not getting security guarantees, like
yeah,
why?
and then he talked at the
Why
airport
would he?
address about how they can't win. They can't win without U.S. support, and that's already just like
Yeah, it's really important.
yeah, but it's just a reminder, man. That, like Zelensky just wants us to get pulled into a fucking full blown war with Russia.
No. He's talking about the aid. He's not talking about us joining in the war.
But dude, we're practically sending all of our missiles and all of our resources over for a war.
Not even close. We're sending stuff that we were going to be decommissioning.
Yeah.
And we were going to be spending money on decommissioning it.
Fuck.
Right. It's cheaper for us to send them all that crap because we have to recycle all that, and there's a process and it costs millions of dollars.
I told you that. The military industrial complex? The fuck?
I mean, Congress voted and approved it. Congress, including the Republican-controlled House, that voted and approved it.
Yeah, dude, I believe all fucking politicians are full of warmongers. Right
Okay,
and left.
well, yeah, but the problem is there's nobody who's actually offering. There's nobody who's saying we're doing otherwise. So I don't know why we would just believe that we're doing otherwise. Like, we know that we're taking, and like you can look at like the stuff that's in the battlefield, and that's what's there. Is our old equipment that we were going to be decommissioning, because otherwise we would see the money being spent on decommissioning those things, and that's not what it's earmarked for. We'd be seeing those things being decommissioned, and they're not. We're seeing them in Ukraine.
Because then we get rid of that old stuff without having to pay millions of dollars to recycle it properly and whatnot. And we can stockpile our own weapons more. So it benefits us to get rid of that.
Why?
You don't believe that? Why not?
Because, dude, you think it's saving us millions of dollars to send
Yes,
millions of dollars worth of weaponry over to another country?
Yes. Because we have to pay money.
I gotta see the accountant breakdown on that.
Okay.
Yes, because we have to recycle all that stuff. We can't just. What are we gonna do? Throw it in a hole in the landfill?
So you just encourage the fucking sending missiles to Ukraine to shoot over at Russia, instead of
What we're sending is not nothing state of the art. It's old, old, old.
cool. So
old.
you encourage Ukraine to just
Earmarked.
be the shittier
Listen,
version. God, it's so tough because all these people are talking shit on this fucking Marvel Rivals chat, and it's like overlaid, and I can't. It's so shitty because I just want to talk to you guys. I didn't know. I don't know why I could hear them. I don't know how to end that. But anyway, no, I don't see how we save money. I do not see nor understand how we save money off of giving away free stuff and like the cost of what it would take to ship it, on top of
because it costs us more to decommission.
How is that more to decommission a missile than it is to ship it all the way over it? And then also it just encourages and prolongs a war.
Wait, how do you know that it's not? How do you know that it's not? How do you know that it's not? You're just making an assumption.
No, because
hey, Curious George.
Shipment costs, flight costs, or I really just have to see the accountant breakdown on that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the
more
data
to recycle it in the U.S. than it would be to fucking send it over on a ship or a plane over to a European country. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, knowing how any normal finances work. Like, that's crazy. I highly doubt that.
Wait, but
no,
you actually, I mean, you got to admit, you really don't know, right? So you would have to see the math to know one way or another, correct?
I would absolutely want you to see the math before we just make those claims, yes.
These are not claims.
Because common sense would say otherwise.
Big Don one, dude. Yes, that means we should not criticize anything he does ever, right? That's how that works.
It's so fucked right now. If it wasn't such an intense game,
how does it not make sense that it will cost us millions of dollars to recycle the materials for these weapons? How does that not make sense? That it will
cost what not make sense? I'm sorry. You're so. You guys are saying I hear like 6 people at once right now. It's driving me crazy.
How does it not make sense that we would spend millions decommissioning, recycling, basically, old equipment that just can't just go in a landfill? Like,
and that makes sense that it would cost more money to put in a landfill than to send overseas.
No. Not put it in a landfill.
Ukraine or Israel, simple. I just don't agree with that as a concept, Curious George. I think we should be supporting our allies, not abandoning them. I think soft power is important.
I think we should be supporting. I think we should be supporting.
Hang on, I'm responding to chat.
Dude, did you see the videos of Ukrainian teens and shit getting fucking drug off the streets? Did you see that? Did you see like the? Because I've seen like a dozen of them now, dude. Of the people just literally being kidnapped off the streets to be drafted in the war. Like, that shit looks fucked up. Have you seen any of them? Like the one where the dog just gets left behind. I mean, there's tons of them.
How do you feel about draft dodging?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do get it. Like, if your country is an absolute threat,
then you get it.
But also, yeah. But at the same time, wouldn't it just be incredible to just avoid all of this and create a peace treaty and figure out the best resolutions to ending the war?
Well, of course, in the perfect world, that would be from ending. So, in the perfect world, that would be the case. But if we're working with somebody that, like Putin, who has broken ceasefires like over 20 times, how do you know? How can you trust that he's going to like respect a ceasefire in the future? That's a really valid question.
Oh fuck.
And that's why the sticking point for Zelensky is going to be security guarantees, right? How can he end a war with a country that has time and again repeatedly violated ceasefires and trust that they're not going to do it again without some sort of guarantee? I think that's a really, really, really fair sticking point. Because then what are you ending the war for, right? Like, how do you know it's just not going to happen again? How much left do you have in the match, for Christ's sake? Take kids and force them to die on the front line
Right.
if you're Zelensky. I mean, look, Curious George, no one's sitting here saying that that's not like a shitty thing, right? Shitty things happen, and no one wants to see that.
What was a
happen.
shitty thing? I missed it. I had to figure out.
He's talking about the conscription. Now I don't know, and I'll have to look this up. I'll have to check. I don't know if the people who are being conscripted are actually being forced out onto the lines or being put in jail for dodging the draft. And now that's something I'll have to look at because I don't actually know the answer to that. My understanding is what happens is they're conscientious objectors, a similar situation. They're being put in jail for dodging the draft, not being forced out onto the front line. But I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look into that. Regardless, obviously, having they beat them until they made a decision between jail or draft. Can you provide me some sort of source on that? I'm not saying it's not true. I just want to see what the deal is. Do you have a place? Is it not letting you? Is it not letting you post in the chat? Videos are few and deleted quick. Sure. You could probably join my Discord server if you want. There should be a link to it on my profile. I need more conservatives in there anyway. About page shows nothing. God damn it.
My bad. I had to take a work call. What I miss?
We're talking about conscription. Hang on.
Got boring again. I'm just kidding.
No, we're talking about
No, I'm just
like
kidding.
the draft stuff, Ukrainian draft stuff.
Yeah. You want to talk shit? You want to run your mouth? You want to talk shit in front of your motherfucking house? Shit. You set this bitch out. Set this bitch. What? Oh shit! What?
Page. Trying to look at my shit.
What?
Because I thought I posted it. It should be on my profile. I see it right there. Did a little Discord link. I could just, I'll just put it in chat. Yeah. There you go. It's my server, and I'm on the same name in on Discord, so you can add me for DMs as well if you want. But also, welcome to the community, man. Glad to have you.
Jordan Worlds.
Yay!
All right. Yeah. So anyway, dude, no, I'm glad that we're taking time and consideration into not prolonging this war for fucking ever.
I just don't. I mean, forever, obviously, no one wants it to go on forever. But I think if they seriously want to have a peace treaty that both sides are going to agree to, they need to work out this issue with security guarantees. Because Ukraine...
I think Zelensky's going to get removed, and they're going to put a new person in office that works better with Trump. And
so Zelensky's approval rating is now higher than it's ever been.
I can believe that too. But
no worries. Just add me directly.
We'll see. If it was higher than it's ever been, then you might be scared of an election, right? Would you agree?
Yeah,
what?
But the election. Do you know why they don't have elections?
Because they're in war, and he committed he
You
brought
want-
martial law. It was martial law. He was supposed to have an election, and he enacted martial law.
Their constitution or the parliament passed that they weren't going to have elections while the war is going because obviously they're like the whole population is all shifted around and moved the fuck around.
Right.
So it wouldn't make sense because you're not even going to be able to have all the citizens participate in the election. And as soon as it's over, right, that extension is over and they'll have elections. When the war is over, then he's, that ends. Mm-hmm. And then if he tries to stay in power, then we deal with it then, right? But when they're in the middle of the war saying, oh no, there's been no elections in the middle of this crazy war, I don't think that's really fair. Because the country's in shambles, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's good to worry about that shit. The war won't be over until many more Ukrainian young men die due to his arrogance. Yeah, but on the other side,
I agree with that guy. What that guy just said.
On the other side, the war won't be over until 100%. Putin decides to stop invading a sovereign country.
They'll keep kidnapping teenagers off the streets, and more of these people will be sent to the front lines to die, and they'll prolong death.
What are you talking about?
An inevitable death.
Russia kidnapped 20,000 children from Ukraine.
Is this true? Or is this some shit that they,
I don't. I can't. I haven't looked up the number, but I do know.
I heard Israel killed 1.1 million children.
Well, yeah, but that's for real nonsense. I know that the children being captured is a real thing that happened. I don't know about the numbers. Child abductions in the Russo-Ukrainian War. It's got its own Wikipedia page, dog. Wow. Some of these numbers are kind of wild. I don't know how accurate they are. Deaths, 549. That seems like an accurate number of child deaths. Injured, 1,354. That seems like an accurate number of injuries. Victims, as in total victims that's being abducted, over 19,000. But then the high Ukraine has good people that live there is just a proxy. I mean, of course. There's good people who live everywhere. There's good people who live in Russia. There's good people who live in China. Yeah. I agree it's sad for the young men.
Well, there's no good people that live in Iran. Isn't that crazy? Not one.
No, the Iranian people are way better than their government. Bro. Yeah. Sad for the young men. I agree it is. It's always sad when war happens, right? But sometimes the fight is a worthy fight. And this could all stop if Russia stopped invading. Which, why the fuck are they doing that? They're the ones who started it.
Which is why are you guys making Zelensky look like he is the
Ukraine was Soviet land. It is not Russian land. And the Soviet Union lost and was dissolved. So it is no longer Soviet land.
So you build it.
Why is everybody acting like he's the aggressor? He didn't invade Russia.
Well,
Russia invaded them. They're defending themselves. But everybody's against Zelensky. With the way you talk is oh, Zelensky needs to be removed. Zelensky, he is at fault. Why is the victim the one
curious,
that's at fault?
by that logic, right, we're talking about a bunch of the Eastern Bloc countries need to become part of Russia again as well. It's just, I just don't agree with that interpretation. Countries' borders change, and that happens. And once sovereign territory is established, we need to respect that sovereign territory. Now, if we're talking about the East, obviously there are other issues that we're working out then at this point, and I don't think we can get out of this war without Ukraine, offering up some of that land as a concession. But it wasn't Ukraine that started this war. It was a plan to make Ukraine Russia again. Well, I don't know about that. No, I just don't. I don't know if that's true. I mean, a lot of Russians have died. That's a little too far for me. But Daniel's a big conspiracy guy. He might want to go down that road with you.
What are we talking about?
He said, if you really want to get into it, Zelensky is a plant to make Ukraine Russia again.
Yeah. Well, the big issue is how many people were saying Ukraine was behind one of the most corrupt, nations in Europe. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but they say
it was.
Yeah,
it's gotten a lot better, but it was.
What?
Yeah, under the war.
No. It was one of the reasons it was rejected from joining NATO before was because of big problems with corruption. But they have worked a lot to clean up a lot of that corruption, and that's something that the European Union has recognized recently. So I don't know about its corruption numbers now compared to the rest of Europe at this point. I'll have to look at that. But I do know that the corruption issues are definitely very much improved from before. Some of that may have to do with a lot of people being dead. I don't know, right? I'd have to look more into that. But from a sort of removed perspective, I do know that it has improved. Volodymyr versus Vladimir is a fun thing to say when playing Mario Party drunk with your drunk friends. They are both Dracula. I agree. I think that's a fair point. It is a fun thing to say. Fun fact. I was there in Russia when Vlad first became president, and I remember watching it on the news. And it was
not that long ago. It was actually during COVID. It was already COVID 2019.
I was in Russia when Vladimir Putin became president.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That was a while ago. I was
Yeah.
I was 9. I was in Moscow, living in Moscow. And it was a totally different feeling back then, right? Things were hopeful, looking up. We were hoping for good relations, and we did have good relations for a while. And then the Chechenian wars happened, and sanctions happened, and yeah, things went downhill.
And now Trump happened.
Well, I mean, Trump,
And
if anything, is going to improve relations with Russia, but I don't know if it's in a positive way for world stability. That's yet to be seen. Dracula was a British guy's idea of a Slavic man seducing his woman. Also to add, this is a wild number. I doubt it's this high. The top end of the number of Ukrainian children abducted is 307,000. I'm very skeptical of that number. It could even be up to 700,000.
Yeah.
That's wild. I don't know where that...
Zelensky, during the meeting with Trump, he said it was 20,000.
So Russian authorities have claimed that over 700,000 Ukrainian children have been transferred by mid-2023. I have no idea if there's any reason to trust that number at all. But the Ukrainian authorities apparently have verified the identities of over 19,000 abducted children. So, I don't know, that seems like a more reasonable number. So, yeah, Daniel, it looks like it's true. Around 20,000 Ukrainian children.
and taken to Russia or Russian occupied territory without consent of family or guardians since the war began.
What do you think they do to them?
They're indoctrinating them,
Basically,
probably.
Yeah, indoctrinated to their.
Dude, they're probably testing insane Russian super soldier experience.
like fucking Bucky.
Winter Soldier,
We're
bro.
gonna have 20,000 Buckies. Oh no!
Daniel just jumps from one conspiracy to the next.
Listen, I'm used to it. I just make a joke here or there, and I go along with the ride, right? I'm used to it now. But at least you know. You, of course I am, buddy. We talk stuff all the time, you know.
You don't think Russians tried to make super soldier serum ever?
Oh, sure, but I'm sure we did too.
Yeah, dude,
and
I think and China.
Yeah, but
and
then we all figured out.
Probably...
Then they probably all figured out real quick. No, this is probably retarded. You can't do that.
Right, but
super soldier serum.
Especially after like Germany, they took a lot of their scientists and brought them here to do a lot of.
I know.
Well, yeah, but that's because
MK
if we
Ultra.
didn't bring them here, the USSR was going to take them. It was sort of like it was a catch-22, and so we decided.
That's what totally justifies us creating LSD, drugging tons of innocent individuals, and kidnapping them, and then
I don't know
killing those
how
scientists
that
as well.
I don't know how that reflects any of that. It doesn't
They
justify
go
it
into
at
the
all.
Russia instead.
I don't justify it at all. That doesn't justify it. But what I can say is that one of the reasons we were able to get to the moon is because of those scientists that we took, right? So it is a double-edged sword, undoubtedly, right? There's obviously really fucked up shit like MK Ultra, and there were some positive things like the Apollo missions and the Saturn V.
Well, a little bit of
history is fucked.
What I meant was like if anybody was trying to expand with super soldiers, probably was Hitler, right?
Why make a new super serum when you've got alcohol? What'd you say, Candy?
Saying like if anybody was trying to do a super soldier, wouldn't it be Hitler?
I'm sure. I'm sure the
definitely.
Nazis did that.
Well,
shit.
wasn't like meth created in Germany, and then they were all like methed up.
Yeah, well, they were all methed up. I have no idea if it was actually created in Germany. Literally no.
Okay, it was just massively spread in Germany. I don't know if it was created in
I don't know either, but I could look it
sense.
up.
But hear me out. It would make sense if the same fucking scientists that were out there making meth in Germany came over here, and that's what created our LSD. Because LSD is just a massive government leak. Like, you know, the government made it, and then they tested a bunch of people, and then people learned how to make it.
Amphetamines were first synthesized in 1887 by a Romanian chemist, but it wasn't until the 1920s that the drug was tested for legitimate medical uses. Obviously, I mean...
What, meth or LSD?
Well, amphetamines in specific. LSD was a Jew, though, wasn't it? Yes, LSD, the drug, was a Jew. They chopped him up, and they concentrated him, and they turned him into drugs. Methical uses, I know. Let's see, LSD...
Hey, you want guys? God, yeah, I gotta go real quick.
Oh, buddy.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pick up Chelsea.
Okay.
I know, dude. You know what I really want to talk to you about, Jordan?
What?
Oh my god, bro. Let's go off on this one, dude. All school shooters are fucking on antidepressants or barbiturates of some type. Every single school shooter is on like an antidepressant of some type. And there needs to be more research done behind all the Lexapro and fucking what are those other antidepressant drugs?
First thing I looked up from the National Library of Medicine: the myth of school shooters and psychotropic medications. So yeah, let's get into it. I have a feeling we're gonna disagree.
Oh no way, dude! All right. There's fucking massive cover-ups behind it too. Every time, man.
Of course.
Right. No, bro, it's real. They will refuse to try. Like, we'll know everything about certain school shooters, but they
So
refuse
Eric
to
Harris was
allow the
on.
knowledge of their medical conditions and the type of medicine they're taking ever to be revealed. And anytime it is revealed, yeah, it usually shows that they're taking some type of psychoactive drugs.
So let me give you one example, and just as a little taste, and then we'll come back to it
you
later.
look at the correlation. Then look at the correlation of how much we've been mass spreading it to children and how much school shootings gone up. Like,
I mean,
I know,
or maybe people who end up shooting up schools are probably depressed.
And let's go ahead and add to the fact that they're on psychoactive drugs that probably aren't curing their depression, but creating more of a fucking bipolar swing in their mood and attitude. And
Maybe, but
issue.
also like there's a lot of factors.
Extreme psychopath, bottled, enraged inside, who fucking is unleashing. You know what I mean? Like it's something that we
self-compassion.
Sounds like what?
But there are people who were not on antidepressants who did school shootings as well. So, for example, let me give you a quick example, just one, and then I'll look up more for like when we continue this conversation.
Yes.
So, Columbine, right? Harris and Klebold.
Right.
Harris was on antidepressants. Klebold was not.
Well, that's a terrible example because that already means that one friend may have been giving the other friend his drugs. You know, like I don't know how many friends.
Well,
you have.
no,
I
I mean they did
prescribe Xanax or Adderall, but I had friends give me. I was never once prescribed oxys.
They definitely did autopsies and toxicologies on them, right, to see if they were all fucked up when they went and shot up the school.
Did they? Like, what are the toxicology reports? Like, did those get released to the mass public? That'd be wonderful to know. But just knowing right off the rip that you said, yes, 50% of the kids a part of Columbine were definitely prescribed, antidepressants.
Okay, here we go. So, the Jefferson County Coroner's Office reported Monday that this is like right after, that initial toxicology testing on shooting suspects Harris and Dylan Klebold was negative for drugs, but additional testing was done once it was indicated that Harris may have been taking a psychotropic drug. So again, Harris, yes, Klebold, no.
Well, no, because did either of those toxicology reports, did the one for Harris show positive in the psychoactive drugs, or did they only find out about it afterwards, like after the case of testing for other types of drugs? Did they test for specific psychoactive drugs?
So the standard screening was done for illicit drugs, the commonly abused prescription drugs, and many over-the-counter medications, the coroner's office said in a written release. Many prescription medications are not identified on standard screening tests. Further testing for specific medications or chemicals is done only when indicated. The finding of fluvoxamine, the generic name for Luvox, does not change the cause and manner of death, said the Jefferson County coroner, Dr. Nancy Bodelson. It's not known what the Luvox level was in Harris's blood. It's not known what Harris's diagnosis was or how long he may have been on the drug. But yeah, it does not look like they found it in Klebold's blood.
It's fine, but it's in the other friends, and the other friends wound.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's in the other friend. It's right there in the other friend. So, as far as I'm concerned, that school shooting specifically had one kid on psychoactive drugs. Now let's just keep moving on. What are the next?
Well, that was just the first one I looked at.
It's a huge commonality, Andy. It's a huge commonality.
Well, hang on. I don't think it's unlikely. I don't think that it's unlikely that we will see that a lot of them are on antidepressants because, as I said, right, people who shoot up schools are probably almost all of them going to be super depressed.
Yeah, but right? I think it's the antidepressants that cause the psychosis. I think it's psychosis that's being induced in these children.
How do you know it wasn't already there in the first place? This wasn't just
because I've already, from personal experiences of knowing individuals that got off bipolar medication and off antidepressants, they're like, yeah, that shit was fucking me up, dude. That shit really puts, like, get numbed out, and then you feel fine when you're on it, but the moment you're off of it, it's like the mood swings are unbearable. It's an insane, like, they go into a psychosis. There's healthier ways to treat this, and I just believe, like, this shit.
So in
is causing
2019,
so much.
Everyone that uses antidepressants or stuff like that is told you should not just stop taking them.
In 2019, this was published, a study published in the National Library of Medicine. The myth of school shooters and psychotropic medications. Abstract. There has been an assertion in certain parts of the media, especially social media, that the majority of individuals who have engaged in a school shooting were prescribed psychotropic medications prior to the event. To determine if there is any validity to this assertion, the authors of this article reviewed publicly available information regarding individuals involved in, quote, educational shootings per FBI publications for active shooters from 2000 to 2017. Sources of information included news reports with official citations, official reports regarding events, available court records, and FBI Freedom of Information Act requests. Secondary data points were also collected, such as location, number of weapons used, number of victims, legal outcome, and whether the shooter committed suicide. From the information obtained, it appears that most school shooters were not previously treated with psychotropic medications, and even when they were, no direct or causal association was found. So we can go over, like, I'm sure there's more to this where they actually go through, like, all of the shit. If you want to, I know you have to go, so maybe we can save this for next time.
No, because my next statement was going to be, the most recent, over the last couple of years, majority of school shooters have also been trans. But I'm going to say that for another day.
I don't think majority.
Yeah.
No,
majority.
There's been like 2, right?
The last couple of years, no, there's been a shit ton, dude. It's been a lot more than 2. But
hang on.
All right, I gotta go.
Let me just double check before you go. Let me just double check. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Fact check says false. Less than 5%. So transgender individuals.
Actual news breaking school shooter stories.
Oh, hang on. Transgender individuals represent less than 1% of perpetrators in all mass shootings over the past decade, and about 2% involved in school shootings specifically. According to the Gun Violence Archive, statistical data on mass shootings vary based on how an organization defines and records the incidents. The GVA was formed in 2013 and defines a mass shooting as 4 or more people shot, resulting in injury or death, excluding the perpetrator.
Yeah, but then all that's going to go to the hood. All that's going to go to black statistics. I'm talking about like specific.
No, but they said 2% in school shootings specifically.
Oh, school shootings.
Yeah. So in 2023, GVA Executive Director Mark Bryant told Reuters that transgender suspects accounted for 0.11% of all U.S. mass shootings it recorded in the last decade. Transgender perpetrators continue to make up, and that makes sense, dude, because there's like 0.1% of the population that are trans. Transgender,
bro. Gen Z, Gen A is like they identify at a much higher rate. But yeah,
I mean, I would define like non-binary not the same as trans.
Going back with a list of like the last 5-6 mass shootings in the last 2 years alone, and I'm telling you, dude, it's
but the thing is, here's the thing is that you're gonna come up with that list, and that's fine, and those will be true, and those will be trans people, but the list of school shootings that have happened is gonna be way longer than that. Of total school shootings that have happened, and that's what I'm saying.
There's like specific mass national breaking news school shootings, and always in those situations.
So here's my guess.
There's a Parkland, like that was the one white kid from fucking Parkland. He was crazy, Nicholas, whatever his name was, right?
Yeah. Did you watch? By the way, did you ever watch Did you ever watch the interrogation of him? It's super interesting.
Nah.
Oh, you should. It's super interesting.
I kind of hate giving attention to these individuals.
Well, fuck him. He's in jail for the rest of his fucking life. Who cares?
Yeah, I think he should be put on the death penalty.
I'm not entirely against that either. But anyway, my guess is what we're going to see from the data is that it's close to, if not right in line with the proportion of the amount of trans people versus the total population. It's going to probably be about that. That's going to be my guess, which is what you'll usually see For a lot of different demographics for different
All right.
things is that it's not
Hey,
proportional.
hey, I love you, babe. I gotta go.
I love you, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Peace.
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 Good old Daniel. I feel so tired.
I said it was projection. I said it was self-confession because it was projection.
What do you mean?
What he was saying was projection.
What do you
Because
mean? A projection of what?
because he said himself, "Oh, I know how it feels when you get off, you go crazy, da da da." So when he's saying that, he's saying it because he's projecting his own feeling.
No, he was talking about his own experience with friends who were on those kinds of drugs.
No.
So-
He said he was on antidepressants, and when he got off that shit was crazy.
Oh, well, maybe. I mean, I think it's not entirely unfair to draw from your own experience. But then, we have the conversation of, okay, that's your experience, but here's what the data says, right? It's normal for people to draw from their own
I
experience.
know that. I'm just saying that he was projecting, and I knew. That's why I said he was projecting.
Yeah, that's fine, but let's not... I feel like the word projection is a bit of an attacky word, so I don't like to use it that much, personally.
It is what it is.
Right? I like to talk about... I like to say personal experience informing your point of view. So I feel so tired. So let me get back to what you're saying in chat. Albert Hoffman, the creator of LSD, is of Jewish background. That's true. That's easy. Depression is your body's way of keeping you from doing stupid things by flooding your brain with neurochemicals to stop you from doing anything. You take the antidepressants, and it gets rid of that chemical, leaving you free to act on your stupid impulses. I'm not saying there's not good scientific reason as to why antidepressants might be found in a lot of people who do these things, but I think it's more of a correlation than a causation, right? In that people who do these things are probably very depressed, and depressed people often get put on antidepressants. It was nanites in the drugs that allowed him to become a superhuman who was able to resist the ammo of the responding officers, fire live rounds out of his fingertips. Jeez. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's fun. This has been a lively stream so far. What do you guys think? What do you think? We've been having fun?
Steel is sleeping.
Steel, are you there?
Let me see.
Oh, sleepy boy. Sleepy, sleepy boy. So you know what I'm going to do while we keep talking, right?
Are we going to keep talking? 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm about ready to leave.
No. Why? Is there nothing else you want to talk about?
Yes, if you talk to Dan, I would. Why is he again? Why is everyone making Zelensky the bad guy?
Daniel's here in the chat.
Is he?
Yeah.
Good.
Daniel Liddick.
Oh, Lily. Hi, Daniel.
Thou art displaying thy excrescence, since you don't like projection. Oh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
You see, by bringing up trans shooters, if only for a little bit, you bumped your viewership up to 11. 14 now. Look at that. I thought I made a pretty convincing... How's my favorite Arab-adjacent compadre? Relaxing, easy. Do you want to join us in the Discord chat, good buddy? I would, but I'm pretty stoned. Fair. And I just swam right into a puffer fish like a bitch.
And you did it again. Get it.
Got him. I got him. Oh, you're not giving me shit for killing the fishies? It's been a day, so I came home and smoked a fat one.
No, because that's a puffer fish.
As is your right, good sir.
If it's
As
a
is your
shark
right.
or barracuda or a puffer fish, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
but not
Fair enough.
none of the other fish.
You mean not like one of these? Oh no, I missed!
Easy. How's my Arab adjacent compadre? That's
Yeah,
funny.
me. Because Jews and Arabs live next to each other in the Middle
I
East.
would, but I'm pretty stoned. Oh god.
It's called Dave the Diver, and it is overwhelmingly positive on Steam, and it is a lot of fun. I'll
He's
tell you
killing me.
what.
The fish murderer.
Oh no! I fucked it up because I wasn't paying attention. Listen, you don't make
Fish
sushi
murderer.
without killing a few fish, okay?
Oh, don't kill the fishies.
I gotta make the sushi. I gotta bring in the money, okay? That's how I do it.
Oh no. Look at him chopping them all in pieces.
Daniel, have you been here the whole time, or did you just get in? Because you missed some pretty good conversation earlier if you just got in.
Not really. There was the conversation before was putting everybody to sleep. Actually, it put Steel to
What? Which one? Oh, you were missing some good stuff, buddy. We went over a whole lot of shit. We went over the Atlanta Fed projections. We went over the Ukraine stuff. Had a couple conservatives in chat, which were interesting to talk to, about difference of opinion. Let's see, what else did we go over? What else did we talk? We talked about the Social Security, job firings and closing of locations. Candy tried to tell me she knows everything ahead of time, as usual, even though she doesn't.
No, I did not try to tell you that. Don't even. I said that I say things as a thesis. Like I based on the behavior of certain people, you could kind of predict where something's going. Versus Jordan likes facts, numbers, and
I'm gonna start
that's it.
like writing
Percentages,
your
numbers,
predictions
feel
down.
like a true nerd, Facts,
I'm gonna
numbers.
start writing your predictions down, okay? Because I need to know. I need to know
the vanilla
how real
cultist.
it is. Vanilla cultist is so wild that you keep calling me vanilla.
You should write my predictions because they're good.
Hey, if I write down your predictions and you start being like on the money a lot, I will give you props. Now, in my private life, I often make a lot of predictions more strongly about what I think will happen. I don't like to do that so much on stream, but I'm generally pretty on the money about that stuff. Although with Trump, less so, because in a lot of ways he can be pretty unpredictable. And the norms are all a-changing.
But funny story, it's just true though. Some of my friends when I was younger, teen years or whatever, they used to call me voodoo because I used to be able to. I used to dream and then like I would wake up and like almost like wake up and like in the middle of like being in between woken up and not woken up, they'll be talking like, yo, where's Tommy? And I'll get up. I'll get up from my bed and be like, Tommy's in the hallway talking to so and so, and then they're like, look, and he be in the hallway talking to so and so. So that gave me the nickname.
What, you think
voodoo.
you think you got prescience?
No.
Lisan al-Gaib?
No. I'm just saying it's funny that you say predict. I was saying that it was just bringing up a story.
I predict he's gonna fuck up our country. That's a pretty safe one.
No.
It's a pretty safe one.
No.
I feel so tired. I think that's decently safe from my perspective. But a lot of our conservative and MAGA friends think otherwise. It does remain to be seen who is right, but I think we're gonna be right.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet.
Depends on who you ask, but yeah. So far, the way it's going, the way things are looking in economic predictions, yeah, that may be the case. Vulcans had low-level telepathic fields, Candy. We've never seen if your ears are pointed. Do you have swept-up eyebrows?
What?
Do you have a bowl cut?
What?
He said
No.
Vulcans had low-level telepathic fields, Candy. We've never seen if your ears are pointed. How does your diver
my
subsist
ears are
on
not
sushi,
pointed.
spend most of his time diving, and yet remain so obese? I don't know. I actually haven't seen any evidence that he eats the sushi. Only that he catches and serves the sushi.
I'm just saying that this is a nickname that was given to me. I was just telling a story, that's all.
Well, you know, it's racist against Haitians, so you should feel bad about yourself.
How is it racial? Voodoo? Because they used to call me Voodoo?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with Haitian?
What do you mean? That's where voodoo comes from.
Yeah, but because they called me Voodoo, that is automatically Haitian.
Yes, get woke, okay?
Oh my god. Speaking of getting woke, hold up. Speaking of getting woke, English is the American official language.
Oh god, don't even get me started.
You cannot speak Spanish.
No, you can speak whatever you want,
I know,
they're going to try
know.
to like make it so government buildings don't have all these different languages probably. I would say that Trump ought to make both the left and the right extremely concerned for their rights. Many that are currently taken as granted are in the process of being mandated away. It may surprise you to hear there are a lot of people on the right who were concerned and a lot of new people on the right becoming concerned. That is happening. So we will see if that starts to spread any further or if that's more of like an isolated thing right now.
That's not my prediction, but it's my hope that he pisses off enough people on the right that brings them over to our side and they'll vote reluctantly.
We'll know in like a year and a half-ish.
Painfully Democrat, basically. At least if we get back the House and the Senate, we can impeach or we can, hold
I
it.
haven't looked at like
Hold the door. You know what I mean?
Like which chairs are up next time and like which chairs are like in danger of being overturned. Yeah, we have to look that at some point. But right now I'm fucking serving sushi, okay? Unfortunately, I think this will be another Never Trumper 2.0. Not enough Republicans. I don't know. I feel like we're seeing stuff we haven't quite seen. Maybe Trump is a deep state operation to push people to the left. Ever consider that, huh? Maybe. Little voters' opinion of things don't matter anymore, no matter if they are D or R. Yeah, but you know what? The election was really, really close. And it can make a difference. And I also think, just like in 2020, the things Trump is doing is going to motivate a lot of the people who stayed home in 2024 to go out and vote. And historically, even with Trump's win this last time, they didn't vote a lot. There were a lot of like ballots that only voted for him that didn't vote down ballot. And we also have been doing well on like the non-presidential elections. So we'll see if that continues this next time. I am somewhat confident that we will. Don't say that. I don't have a response to that. I have a response to that, bro. I have, like, if we're not having elections, then fuck us all, right? There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, the assumption out there is that might happen. That one I'm not gonna predict. I don't know for sure. I think there might be a little pushback on that one.
You're learning.
Yeah, I'm learning. But it's would he do it? Yes.
He would try.
Yeah. If you ask me, will he try? Yes, I think he would.
Yeah, I think at this point, based on a lot of the stuff he's saying, I think
Would
I've
he get
seen
away
enough.
with it?
I don't know. I think I've seen enough to think he might try. But we'll see.
It's like you're seeing him, like how he's dismantling all the, the people who would be there, like the military, the heads of the military and stuff. So it's he's putting you know what I mean, like his like playing a game. He's putting his pieces in place.
Yeah.
You could see it.
Very scary.
Even though, right, but we don't know for sure if he will get away with it. That's somebody left in the ranks that, on the down low and be like, nah, nigga.
Yo.
You ain't doing that shit.
Don't be saying that shit on my stream.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What? What did I
You
say?
said the N-word on my stream, dog.
What A word? I know A word.
The N-word.
N word.
Don't you gaslight me.
What? What are you talking about?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Am I going against... Guys, you heard that, right?
You guys hear me say something wrong?
Okay,
What did I
cut
say?
it out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, wait, oh, wow, I'm that stupid. I'm going to say it? Yeah, come on.
Oh, fuck. What did I do?
Oh, my God. I wasn't really listening, I'm afraid. Good! Let's hope Kick wasn't listening. Well, no, Kick. Let's hope YouTube wasn't listening. If they want to win the midterms and the White House back, Democrats have to stop doing Republicans' work for... Republicans didn't have to do hardly anything. Democrats were attacking their own candidate. Yeah, but I want to tell you something here. Hang on. Let me read you this. I don't know if you guys already saw this. Tiny was talking about this before. Last month, a group of moderate Democratic consultants, campaign staffers, elected officials, and party leaders gathered in Loudoun County, Virginia, for a retreat where they plotted their party's comeback. We got their takeaways. Those gathered then laid out 20 solutions for how Democrats can regain working class trust and reconnect with them culturally. More than a few stuck out to playbook. The party should embrace patriotism, community, and traditional American imagery. Democrats should ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests, and move away from the dominance of small-dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. They should push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Candidates should get out of elite circles and into real communities. Tailgates, gun shows, local restaurants, churches, and the party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government. I think these are all really interesting. And I agree, I feel so tired. The tankies, and I think it sounds like from this, the tankies need to get pushed out. Look, a healthy progressive take is fine, but the tanky takes are crazy. A lot of people in our country support universal health care, for example. We can have reasonable conversations about universal health care without the purity testing, without the tanky points of view, and so on. And I think it sounds like the Democratic Party wants to move forward in that direction. And I, for one, am excited to see that. I hope they do.
The Democratic Party needs to stop being so vanilla.
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear the thing I just read?
No.
No, yeah, you weren't listening.
I did not hear it.
Here.
Sorry.
I'll send it to you so you can read it, because I'm not going to read it again on stream.
All right. Okay. I'll read it.
Blah, 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 blah. Boom. Sent it to you in Discord. Which fish? Mediterranean parrotfish. Okay. Here we go. Time to serve us some sushi. Now, I think the Dems need to be punished for staying home in 2025. Just present votes for the next 4 years. You're being sarcastic, right? I hope you're being sarcastic. All right. right, what do you want? What do you want? He wants tea. You got your tea, bruh. Serve him tea. Serve that guy tea. Good job.
There's nothing there that's off, that's revolutionary.
No, it's not. It's just smart.
It's vanilla.
Yeah, but the problem is we haven't been doing that. And it's the kind of stuff that's like appealing to the Republican voter base that the Republicans are doing.
We're not. There's a lot of things that the Democrats are not doing. One being, speaking out against like cancel culture.
Oh no, I fucked up. Oh no, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up big time. Oh, this is not good. I shouldn't have done that. Please go fast. Go, 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 go. Get the food to him. Damn it!
I don't know, Daniel. I don't know about that.
Okay, Daniel, okay, yes, I'm being sarcastic. The tantrum strategy wouldn't go over well with the electorate. Agreed. Daniel, you have to run people who can win in the area they're in. Agreed. Some Democrats will have to run less progressive in some areas. For example, in Arizona, you can't run the same way you would in New York. Same thing for Georgia Democrats versus California. You have to go only as far as the Democrat graphic will tolerate. Here's the thing. We already do that in a lot of ways. The problem is you have all of these people who are like Democrats who are like super far progressive or fucking tankies who like every time we do that and we run strategic candidates, shit their little depends about it. Like a certain Turkish or white guy depending on what day it is and what topic he's talking about. Problem is you have progressives and tankies saying you had to... Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. You agree. That's what you literally just said. Run an ad where a man says, I support the healthcare, but I just can't stomach those gays. Cutscene him laying in a hospital bed, flatlining with new widow weeping. Vote Dems or else. Classic fear-mongering. Let's go.
Like I said, there's a lot of things that are doing. One, for instance, is not... They don't speak out enough about cancel culture. It's like if you don't agree with them, let's cancel these people.
Yeah, that's the purity testing that we're talking about.
Well, whatever. It's like let's cancel them because they don't agree with our points of view because we. Yeah,
that's purity testing. They did talk about that. They talked about that in those points. That was like a big thing in the points, and I agree. Purity testing needs to go. Cancel culture has sort of morphed a little bit depending on which groups you're talking about. It's not the same as it was like several years ago, and I do think it's becoming less and less prominent. People are getting pretty annoyed with it. So luckily, in a lot of ways, that's going out. Now, there's still people who hang on to it really strongly. Don't get me wrong, but there is definitely a contingent of Democrats, pretty large one, who are like, okay, this is not helping us, this is not good for us. Obviously, if somebody is like completely heinous, yeah, we shouldn't be like fuck those people, right? Yeah, but the purity testing, where it's like any tiny little thing, we're like, oh no, blah, 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 blah. No, that seems to have fallen out of favor with most people, right? Except for like the more extreme factions.
And they're running basically a 1950s campaign when it's 2025. Like
the Democrats?
Yeah.
Mid.
It wasn't until like they started pushing Kamala to go on podcasts and stuff that she kind of.
That sounds like a soundbite. Who did you hear say that? I feel like you heard somebody say that. It has like a snappy sound to it.
What's snappy?
They're running like a 1950s campaign in 2025. I feel like somebody said that.
Because it is. Because it's a vanilla, old school same shit you see them do year after year. That's what I'm saying. Maybe 1970s. I don't know. It just seems like it's
because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now it's broke, so now they need to fix it. But it wasn't broke until they didn't really get fucked in this last election. They won really closely. It's the way that the Labour Party came back in the UK recently under Jeremy Corbyn and his tanky wing, which had anti-Semitism issues, led Labour to do its worst defeat since 1937 in 2019. The only way Labour came back is by ejecting him and his wing. Love him or hate him, Keir Starmer brought the party back from obscurity. I'm going to go ahead. Isn't Starmer's approval like dog shit though now? I'm going to go ahead and guess the 60s era Dem ads were definitely not vanilla. They were probably pretty racist, right?
No.
The 60s era Democrat ads? Like the Dixiecrats? I'm pretty sure they were probably pretty racist.
Not in the... When was the whole Civil War happen?
The civil rights happened in the middle of the 60s. And then the big shift of Republicans to Democrats and vice versa was like in the 70s, I think. But you still had the Southern Democrats, like the Dixiecrats and shit, like fucking Strom Thurmond and shit back then.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like commercials and stuff. Like TV used to not be like now, like, drama cells and all this scandalous stuff. It was different.
No, it was like fucking Leave It to Beaver and shit.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't think that we're gonna put anything outrageous out there as far as like.
No, TV racism was more subtle. For example, it was in the 60s when
Democratic ads were definitely not vanilla, and I'm like, they're supposed to,
like the first interracial kiss on TV was in like 65, 66.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that because it was James Kirk and Uhura.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Fucking Star Trek. Paving the way, as always. What about painting the libertarians as straight-up anarchists with the trench coat and cartoon bomb? Wait, what? Is that something that happened, or that you're saying should happen? Because I actually don't hate it. Although you do have to be careful, right? Because if you're, like, super harsh, the part of that is how we, like, got Trump in the first place. You gotta be, like, super careful about how you depict groups of people. And some stations in the South refuse to air that episode. Yep. Makes sense. Racism in the civil rights era. Ooh, I botched that one. Then, like 1920s era propaganda style demonization of your opponents. I'm for it. I like it. I support. Just straight up no shame tactics. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm with it. But the problem is, like, Democrat voters are educated. And they're not going to like that. You have to, like, find, like, the perfect middle ground. The perfect, like, balance. We have the boy who cried wolf syndrome people. Accused Mitt Romney and John McCain of being racist. Yeah, they really weren't. And when a real racist like Trump came along, no one believed them. They used up their goodwill. It's true, dude. Although binders full of women certainly didn't help fucking Mitt Romney, that's for sure. Urbane policies, cutthroat campaigns. I mean, I would like to see the Democrats really like, but again, the fine line, right? Do it the right way so that the Republican politicians look stupid, but the Republican electorate doesn't feel like they're being called stupid, right? That's where you got to hit it. That's where you got to sit.
They don't head back. They're always like, we're so concerned.
Yeah.
Concern doesn't fix the problem.
Yeah, they definitely. Oh no! Go away!
Oh, shark. Oh, that's a shark.
Fuck off, bro.
He coming for you.
Oh my god, I got away. Oh my god, I got away. Oh, now I got inked. Rude.
Oh, you got inkies.
Yeah, I'm not ready to take on a bull shark. Not quite yet. Or was that a tiger shark? One of the two. My opponent ran over an Eagle Scout crossing guard when drunk and high on meth. It'd be totally untrue, but he can sue us. I mean, that's Trump's tactics. Trump's favorite tactic when he doesn't know what like a reasonable answer is to just say, this never would have happened if it was me and not Joe Biden. That's literally his. Joe Biden was terrible. Never would have happened. He didn't know what was even going on. That's his favorite thing when he doesn't know what to say. You just pivot to Joe Biden.
And well, it's his go-to is Biden, Kamala.
He had no idea.
Obama, and Hillary are the names.
Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy Joe, and then every now and again,
Sleepy Joe Biden.
And what do you call Nervous Nancy Pelosi. Obama.
No, not yet. Obama. Wait. Hang on. Obama. There you go.
Obama? Really?
Obama. Soundboard, baby.
Obama just gave him blankets. I gave him jackets.
I don't know if you've noticed, but he's like lately, like he's just all his ire is focused on Biden, and he's like doesn't really talk that much shit about Obama anymore. He kind of stopped doing that.
Oh, he does. He does.
No, not nearly as much. Hillary, yes. Hillary, yes. Oh Biden, yes. But he's less shitty about Obama lately. It's weird. I don't know why.
He is obsessed. These people live rent-free in his brain.
Yeah, true.
Oh, speaking of, I don't know why that made me think about. Did you hear about
Guaf.
Hassan?
What thing? I saw that Tiny had Rip Hassanabi in his title, but like I missed what the thing was.
So he was banned from Twitter.
No, wait, but like what kind of a ban? Hang on.
It's not a perma ban.
God damn it.
It's more like a suspension.
Urging viewers to kill Rick Scott. You can't do that.
Yeah. You
can't do that. That's not allowed. Don't you say that on my stream.
What?
That you approve of that kind of rhetoric.
No, on the contrary.
Okay, good.
I don't think he meant. I think he meant like maybe not. I don't
Tiny
know.
should swat Hassan live on his stream. YouTube and kick people. I do not endorse that opinion. Swatting is never okay, and I will never endorse it.
Yeah, so I think I don't think maybe he did. I don't know. It doesn't seem the way he was saying it was like literal, but um, but I think what we're seeing when it comes to him, he spends a lot of time streaming, right? Every day, kind of like Destiny,
Yep. People
and
are way too
listening to
civil
people.
these days. People need to worry about TOS, my friend. That's what people
Listen,
need to do. That's what
this
people
is what
do.
I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, right? He spends a lot of time like Destiny. He doesn't really he comments on other people's comments all day, and people
No. He puts them on in the background and then goes and eats while people watch.
and he comments on, and people go to his stream and says,
Sh-
"Oh, Destiny says this," and then he'll come back and say, and
No. He
you
doesn't
know,
say Destiny anymore, right? He says Sex
he doesn't.
Pestiny now.
Well, anyway, but that's not the point. The point is when this is what you do all day, every day,
Get the
and
Mossad
you
involved,
get
openly
he
collaborating
gets
on
a
things like
lot
character assassination on live stream. Har har har.
when you get, he gets a lot of hate too, and stuff.
Sure.
So I think it starts to affect your mental health.
We can't excuse that. He literally tweeted a picture of a homemade gun about another senator last year. He means what he says, but he gets away with it. Yeah, because all of the entire Twitch staff wants to gargle his sack and deep throat his
Right.
his
But
dingus.
when people reach a certain amount of fame, or and they're stuck in this bubble where all they are consuming is internet filth. Their
Ooh, I
their
felt
mind,
that one. I felt that one when
their
you said
mind.
filth.
Yeah, well, I know their minds start to their perspective. They lose perspective. They lose. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think what we're starting to see from him is he's gonna have a mental breakdown. I think
Who,
he's starting
Hassan?
to unravel. Hassan, I think he's starting to unravel. I think he's starting to, after all this time, after all these years of consuming and doing this, and taking all this hate because of this, that, it affects you, even though
I mean,
you
I'll be
don't.
honest with you. I haven't seen enough of him recently to have an opinion on that.
I think he's unraveling.
Other than what we watch,
That's why
on
he-
Tiny's stream, which I feel like is, going to be definitely sort of very particularly negative things about him. So, I can't, judge because we're getting it through a lens.
Yes, I know, and that's part of the
He's way
problem.
too shallow for that.
No. That's part of the problem.
True.
You're right. The drama, when your life revolves about this bubble of drama, of boosting you start to not think clearly. It's like it affects your mental health because now you're also getting negativity and all this other stuff. And
Yeah, but I feel so tired might
I
be
think
right.
he's
He might
okay.
not be deep enough to actually understand things that way.
I think
Might just be too
and the
much of a dope.
shallowness is just part of that. It's like a person, let's say, like I don't know, like a rich, really rich, like say like
Oh,
Trump,
shit.
who's never been told no in his life. When somebody comes and tells him no, he can't accept it because guess what? I've never told no. Their perspective
Sure.
of the world that they live in is different than the one we have. We're used to
Yes.
people telling us no, but
Sure.
his perspective is different. So when you start just feeding into the
Well,
internet,
I'm not used to it. Nobody ever
24/7,
tells me no.
and you're for years you start being caught up in this web and the internet and the negativity and the toxicity and
The
it starts to fuck you
toxicity
up.
of
I
our
think it starts to
city.
fuck you up.
Of our city. Sorry. You
Fine,
said the
gotta
you
twist
said the
me,
name
that's
of
fine, but
a
I
you said the name of
but I
a
think
System of a Down song,
what?
and you had to sing a part of it.
I think it starts to fuck you up.
Oh,
I think in your head.
Steel went fully to bed.
Especially when you have enablers there, like, who don't ban him when he's doing bad things, so he thinks
Accused
he's
Hassan of being an
untouchable.
Israeli plan to get Trump
But I
elected,
think,
using Cenk's flip to Trump as proof of it. Ooh, dude, Cenk and fucking Anna Kasparian, like, I don't know what they're fucking doing, dude. They're like, we're still progressives and we still believe in like progressive
no, they're not.
things, but also like, y'all are so mean to Trump.
All right, I'll change this subject. Have fun, because y'all not interested.
What do you mean? We're
But
talking about it.
did you see? Here's Morgan went on Good Morning, Britain, that show,
Mm-hmm.
to give his input on what happened with Zelensky and Trump, and he was so fucking cringe.
What?
He
What was
was
he
mad, like,
saying?
mad happy, and then he tried to hug the female co-host, and she was like, "No, I want a hug. You don't touch me."
But like,
And he
what was
kept
he
trying, like,
saying?
oh my God,
Like,
he
what
was
was he
like really
saying? Was he supporting Trump? Because my understanding is,
no. I didn't even get that far. He was like at the beginning of the show, like he was on something for sure. Because
okay,
Piers Morgan is not a happy person, and he was all mad happy and giddy and like, oh, I'm glad to be here. And he was trying to grab the female co-host, and she was like, no, stop. Are you trying to hug me? What are you doing?
like, cut it out, bro. No, but like,
So then
what
the
was his
male
take?
co-host goes, the male co-host goes, "Oh, okay, here, I'll hug you," like, and he gives him a hug.
Oh
And
my
he's like,
God, can I
wow.
do? Just
So
fucking tell me what he said about Trump.
I don't know,
Ah, that was
but you know what he said about Trump.
fucking tickled
No,
my
he said
balls
that
and teased me on that
that
one.
relationship could be still salvaged.
Yeah,
That
I just
me,
wanted to know because I would
hold
have
on,
been surprised
listen.
if Piers Morgan was like, yeah, he's right, like fuck Zelensky, like that would have been really surprising to me actually.
Hold on. He says that it could be salvaged. It's like, people, like, I fought with people before, and but yeah, but
Yeah, we
that's
know
your
Piers.
friend. He's like, I fought with friends before, and we make up.
Ah,
And I'm like, yeah, but that's your friend. Zelensky is no friend to Trump.
no,
So it's very different. But of course, he was on Trump's side.
he was on Trump's side, or he was saying no, it will be able to work it out. He was saying Zelensky
No,
was being
he basically was
disrespectful.
saying no, he was saying basically that what Trump did wasn't that a bigger deal, that,
Ah.
it could be fixed and blah, blah, blah. And he was, yeah, pro
Oh,
Trump.
I don't. I feel like I have to watch and see what he said specifically because the way people say things can make a lot. Trump makes me feel special in my pants. Piers Morgan probably, yeah. I remember fucking watching him in The Apprentice, like first season, back when that show first started when I was like a kid. He was such a fucking prick. Ow.
Let me find it for you.
I don't want to watch it now. I'll watch it later.
So I'm going to find it for you.
Okay.
And then you
Just
can
send
watch
that
it
to
with
me. Just send that to me,
the
okay?
title is Piers Morgan weighs in on press conference between Trump and Zelensky. And it's on Good Morning Britain. Britain.
Good morning, Britain.
Good morning. How do you do?
How'd you do, mate?
But that's not British.
Yeah, it is. Oh no, wait, no, that's Australian.
Australian.
Yeah. Sorry.
How you do, man?
I knew. I said it before you did. Okay, fuck off.
You do.
Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv. There you go.
Tell me the fuck off.
If you wanna be British, you say bruv with a V.
You know, fuck off.
What about saying your candidate streamer was the one endorsed by God, complete with holy ray of light illuminating his face at the end of an ad? That is a winning strategy, I believe. I do believe. Indeed.
Yes. But yeah,
That's a good one. That's one of my favorite Trump moments.
Let me know.
Wait, listen.
Talk about how cringe that was.
This is one of my favorite Trump moments.
She became a black person.
Wow.
Classic.
Did you take the time to put all those little sounds in there?
Yes. It's a soundboard. It's not hard. It didn't take more than a couple minutes. There's another really good one, too, that I like.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your.
That's...
And then I have one from South Park that's really just fun. Why don't you mind your own business, you scrotum?
Some of them are louder than others.
Yeah, well, that wasn't up to me.
I can see why you like that one.
It's funny. Maringa. Voice crack. Unbelievable.
You remember one of his first tweets when he became president in 2016?
I believe they're called Zeets now.
You remember one of his tweets when he first became president? He said something about Kofifi. You remember that?
Oh, Kofifi, yeah. That's a classic one.
But you know, I call like every time when I get in the morning, I'm like,
time for some Kofifi.
I call my coffee Kofifi.
It's good. It's good. I like it.
I drink Kofifi.
That's fun.
What about you, Ken?
Oh, sushi.
What about saying your candidate streamer was the one endorsed by God, complete with holy ray of light, illuminating his face at the end of the ad?
Idea. I have no idea.
Was it
Kofifi approximately zero idea about that, if I'm honest with you.
I don't think so.
Training.
I think it was
We'll give this woman some training. She needs to be upgraded.
Oh my God! Did you watch the SNL opening credit?
I did not.
No? Oh, you have to watch it. It's so funny. Basically, it has the argument between Trump and Zelensky, and then Mike Myers, the Canadian comedian, Mike Myers.
Yes, I know who Mike Myers is.
I'm trying to. Okay, so he comes in and then he starts playing Elon Musk. Oh my God, it's so fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I heard about it. I just haven't seen it yet.
You need to watch it. It's hilarious. It's worth watching.
Research. Master Chef. Alright, what fish are we going with? This one's expensive. Do one of these.
Okay, this is what he said. It was May 2017. Despite the constant negative press, Kofifi. I don't know. I don't know why I think it's hilarious.
Cause it's funny.
So now my
Because
so
he
now
said
the
a
coffee-
stupid,
my coffee-
and that's kind of funny.
So now my coffee every day I have Kofifi.
It's fun to make fun of the president.
You better watch it, because he's gonna stick his lawyers on you.
Then I'll counter Sid.
Remember, the Supreme Court is in his pocket.
That has yet to be proven.
Despite the constant negative press, Kofifi.
Hi.
So weird.
Open the bunch horse whooshy. Retsuga. No.
Despite the constant negative press, Kofifi, he deleted this tweet 6 hours later. The White House press secretary Sean Spicer stated, "I think the president and a small group of people know exactly what he meant."
You take that one.
Oh my god. Oh, his new press secretary is like
Caroline Levitt.
a rabbit. She's like a rabid dog.
Oh yeah,
You-
she's
you-
something. That
Yeah.
woman lies with the best of them.
Oh my god. She's something else. And she gets mad about it, so she's like, arr, 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 barking. Like, okay, Missy.
She's definitely his attack dog.
Yup. It's funny. What's Kofifi? A Singapore synagogue. Oh, synagogue. Right, no. Yeah.
Singapore? Yay, perfection. Perfection.
Por favor.
Oh, look at that. New best by a good margin. Big man. Yeshivat Chofevei Torah. Interesting.
Yeshiva Chovevi Torah. Who's that?
Oh my goodness. It's Chovevei.
Over there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. not bad.
Yeshivat Chovevei Torah.
What did you say?
I have no fucking clue, but that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, if you say so.
In CH in Hebrew is the ch.
Yep. Okay. Still laughed.
Yeah, he
He was
left a
asleep.
while ago. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah. He left a minute
Did you
ago,
watch it?
girl.
Did you watch any part of the Oscars yesterday?
No.
Why you gotta say it like that? No.
Because I don't really care about award shows. I mean, like, it's fun for a second, but I don't know. It's kind of.
Whatever. Whatever.
It's kind of for squares.
Okay, then I guess I'm square.
It's a little vanilla of you.
Vanilla is exciting.
Uh.
Night stars and glamour.
Okay.
And what? That's not vanilla.
Okay.
The stars and glamour. No, I just like to see who wins. And then After I see who wins and stuff, or even the nominees and whatever, I go watch the movies to see.
Mm-hmm.
Because how is it that these movies get nominated and I haven't even seen them yet? Well, not all of them. Some of them did come out already. Some of them haven't even come out. Like, where are these movies screening? Um, thought that Me More was gonna win for the substance. Did you watch the substance?
No, but I will eventually.
Oh my god,
People say it's real good.
she did some good acting there. Yes.
Yeah.
The
She
story
acted-
itself,
She
it's
acted
a
good.
little. The story itself is not. It's okay. The story, the acting is what makes it good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
that's cool. Boom, boom.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna tell you anything about it, so I don't spoil it for you.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Now I'm gonna
spoil
tell you
it
the
for
ending.
me.
At the end, she. Oh, I'm kidding. Kidding.
I would be very unhappy if you did that.
I know you.
Very unhappy indeed.
I know you would. Most people, I'm not the type of person. You could tell me the ending; it doesn't matter.
I don't
I'm
understand
I'm a
that
watch-
at all.
I know it doesn't matter. I'm gonna watch it anyway. So whether you tell me the ending or I know the ending, it's
No, I enjoy so much being surprised by things in the movie. I don't like to know what's gonna happen. Yeah, don't fucking tell me shit.
It doesn't bother me.
Well,
And you could tell me
fucking
the ending.
bully for you, okay?
It doesn't affect my. Because when you explain it, you're telling me what your experience was. It's not doesn't mean my experience watching the movie is going to be the same. But yeah, it does. I don't get. I don't care if you tell me that.
Nice.
Yeah, I watched the Oscars.
The Oscars.
I watched the Super Bowl.
El Super Tazón.
El pezón, no pezón, pezón.
No,
es
el
otra cosa.
Super Tazón.
El pezón está en la teta.
No, se llama el Super Tazón, te juro. En español se llama el Super Tazón.
El pezón está en la teta.
¿Tazón es teta?
No, el pezón está en la teta.
No, tazón. T-A-Z-O-N.
No. No. Bowl is not tazón, it's
No sé, pero eso es lo que se llama. Se llama el Super Tazón. En español. Te juro. Te prometo. I swear to God. Mira, Super Tazón.
sí, super tazón. Yeah,
Sí.
you're right.
I've watched it. I watched football with Spanish commentators, and it's fun. They're like, touchdown! Kansas City! Los Chiefs! It's always, you get that little touch from, el fútbol in the fucking football game. The American football game.
I mean, anything in Spanish said in it's funnier
It's fun.
and better.
It's necessarily
it's better.
funnier.
It's funnier and better. English is very vanilla. It's like, oh, we did.
Oh my God.
We went down the block and bought some coffee. Nosotros decimos, fuimos a la esquina ya y tomamos una taza de café.
Sí, pero
You
vos
know, it's
tenés el acento puertorriqueño. Digo, tenés que hablar más como un argentino, ¿eh? Es muy suave. ¿Viste? Es re suave. Hablamos
Puerto
como
Rico.
italianos hablando en español.
A mí no me digan nada, ¿ok? Yo soy de Puerto Rico, no me jodas.
Tenés que hablar en castellano. Como nosotros, los porteños.
Not everybody talks like that.
No, but they want to.
No.
Guys, are you still in chat? Which Spanish accent sounded better?
Well, technically.
Uh-oh.
Okay, technically, your Spanish, it would be the equivalent of British English, right? Very posh, very English, very.
I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe. Kinda,
My
maybe.
Spanish is ghetto.
It's just our Spanish. It's like Italians speaking Spanish with a little hint of like Frenchness in it.
It's like very proper, very frou-frou.
It's not proper. Somos re groseros, no somos. We're not proper.
It's Spanish. That's all it is.
We are not proper. It's just very smooth.
When you do
sounding.
something or say something, they go, "I beg your pardon." We go, "What the fuck did you just say?"
No,
You know,
that's not even like
that's
no.
Mhm.
We swear so much. I don't know what you're talking about.
So, frou-frou.
We are not proper.
You frou-frou.
Me chupa un huevo.
Not lately.
Or like, your friend is boludo. That's like a normal thing that we say. Yeah, our
Boludo
friends.
means-
That's like how you talk to your friends. You're like, hey, boludo, todo bien, che. Todo tranqui. Te das bien.
What does boludo mean? You think means to you?
It's like jackass. It's like idiot. Asshole.
Oh.
Or like a hair from your ball.
Big balls.
Or pelotudo would be the hair from your ball. Tuyo, bem, don't you bring that fucking Portuguese shit up in here. How dare you? How dare you? To an Argentine, you're gonna bring that Brazilian speak up in here? I am upset. Unbelievable. The disrespect. La falta de respeto. Never guess the side of my family tree, Lil up. No! Brasileiro! Oh! No! I'd sing a soccer song.
Here's a fact check for you. Hold on. Now,
Boludo literally means big balls.
big balls. Boludo.
Yeah, but that's not like, I mean, that's like how you call your homie.
Fun fact, in Argentine is a term of endearment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's how you call your friends. Yeah, I am Ashkenazi. Dude,
Boludo,
Argentina is one of the largest
persona-
populations of Jews in the world. A lot of us went to Argentina after the Holocaust. Also the Nazis.
I got you. But what I'm saying, like, outside of your little Argentine community, if you tell somebody to them, hey, boludo, you're calling him big balls. It literally means
It's a term of
big
endearment.
balls. No,
But the Portuguese part is from Portugal. My family went from Poland to Argentina. My other side of the family went from Hungary and Germany to the States. And there's some Ukrainian and Russian in there somewhere as well. I don't know. I haven't done a 23andMe, but that's what Mom and Dad say. Hella
like
Ashkenazi. All the Ashkenazi. What?
Like the literal meaning. Hey, big balls.
Bell say Brazil just for you, get wrecked. Portugal's just as bad, honestly. Fucking Ronaldo. Come on. Get the fuck out of here.
Get wrecked.
Listen. Ronaldo will always be the lil gup to Messi's big gup. Okay?
Big gup. Little gup. Baby
Daniel
gup.
loves to call me lil gup.
And you call him baby gup.
Ooh, baby gup. I like it. The black legend is true. Who are you talking about? Pele? Yeah, baby gup. Let's go. Pele is like number 3 on my all-time list of best players. Close friend who's a Russian Jew. She was a stunner back in the day. Still a good-looking woman today, but holy smoke, back then, war. Well, the problem is, like, once a Russian hits, like, you know, 40s, 50s, 60s, it's, like, instantly from gorgeous to babushka. She lost her tiny mind. Oh, no, now she's a self-sick. Not, no, that Spaniards are evil. Well. I'm not a Spaniard.
Wow. You're not wrong.
Oh, boy. All right, guys. It's about that time to wrap up the stream for the evening. It's been fun. I'll be back again on Wednesday. I hope you guys all come back. Love having you all in the chat. Same time.
Not if anything else is on.
We'll be going to bed soon. Yeah, gotta take the dog out, eat some food, relax for a little bit, and then, yeah. Thanks, buddy. I'll see you later. Easy. But yeah,
I will come on Friday for sure.
Wait, what? You got something on Wednesday?
Friday.
Yeah, but my next stream is on Wednesday.
Yeah, but I'm letting you know. On Friday, I'm just gonna give you Fridays to game and.
Oh, because of the gaming with Jeremy and Ashley. Okay.
It's good to give your mind a rest from insanity and.
Yeah, but some people come here expecting politics talk, so sometimes I have to just book up and talk politics.
I'm gonna give you the break.
And while I love the gaming and it's fun, the views are better on the politics talk. So I will game, but I will probably also talk politics at the same time. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that to Jeremy and Ashley. They kind of love coming on and playing, so I might keep doing it.
Just I won't come on. I'm just saying I won't come on to stress you out.
Okay, but it's fun. Mm-hmm. But okay, it doesn't stress me out. I thrive. I love it. I love it. Gets my adrenaline going.
Yeah, you get so worked up.
I know. I like it. It's fun. It's the pasión.
Yes.
Argentines, we always get worked up when we argue. Now, I try to moderate myself so I don't look like an unhinged person when I'm talking to like right wingers and MAGA. But it's like if it's a left person, like we already agree on a lot of shit, so it's easier to get all worked up. It's more fun. I can enjoy myself. But all right, end of the stream. You're all amazing. I love you all. Everybody, have an incredible night. I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye.